Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back to another live stream of Shadowverse and video game news. Today is Wednesday, July 28th. I have forgotten what I used to say. Like, I think I just said live stream before. I think that would be the easiest, most appropriate way to intro. And then we kind of bounced back on the watch time. I had said I don't want to complain about it every time, but yeah, last live stream got like on average 10 seconds, it seems, of watch time, where I had like 2 minutes before, so there seems to be no real consistency there. It's really the 10 seconds issue, or the 12 seconds issue, that's irritating me, though. It's like, I would get 30 seconds. I would get 20 seconds even, but people not even staying on long enough to finish 2 sentences. Are people that ADHD now? Maybe they are, and that's just it. But that does not bode well, certainly for content creators, and with the whole like YouTube Shorts and TikTok and all of that, where things more and more are these hyper condensed, super fast experiences, super short experiences. Long form content creators are potentially in trouble, to the point where there is always that fear when YouTube introduces a new feature such as shorts to compete against things like TikTok. Will YouTube all of a sudden shift its perspective and decide it wants to do something different? Let's just replace this one. Yeah, it is possible, certainly, that YouTube could just lose interest in long-form content and all of a sudden say, we're going to delete all of our old long-form videos, or we're going to stop people that aren't in the elite club from making long-form videos or posting long-form videos. Like, ideally, I think it would be a lot of work, not really worth their time, to try and delete old content. But if tomorrow they said you can't put up videos that are longer than 10 seconds, that would be kind of crazy. That I have no way of making my YouTube channel work that way. Also, though, I suppose YouTube has this built-in excuse for not doing any more curation or moderation by saying we've got more minutes uploaded in an hour than there are in a year. If all of a sudden that stops being the case, then they would get more pressure, certainly, to start moderating more. I guess we'll try Havencraft today. Is this Havencraft? I think this is Havencraft. Yes, this is Havencraft. I should have been playing that last stream. For the accountability section, I'm playing Batman Arkham City. It is an oddly designed game in that it seems like I'm still 2 hours in this tutorial mode where it wants to put you on this lockdown linear path, and yet it threw you out into the open world, and by throwing me out into the open world, it heavily encouraged me to just get distracted and do other things. And I'm wondering, it's hard to get the correct feeling here as far as whether or not I am supposed to be getting very distracted and doing the open world content first. Otherwise, I'm gonna get locked into some final game corridor mode where you can't go any further. Now, our Arkham Asylum didn't do that really until you got to the very final boss fight. You could go back anywhere and get all the collectibles, and there's plenty of collectibles that I've seen that I can't actually access because I don't have the abilities. It is kind of nice you start with I would say, most of the abilities from the first game. So it is moving forward, not backwards. It's not a Metroid abilities where you start with a bunch of abilities and then they take them back later. But there clearly are other abilities you're going to get. You're also having sections after 2 hours. You basically start playing as Catwoman, and that's where I stopped. You're probably going to switch between Batman and Catwoman a couple times. I wouldn't be surprised if there aren't just straight up locations you go to in the open world where you can switch places and start playing as Catwoman. Oddly, it does seem like there's no Robin ability where you can play as Robin, which is a little weird, certainly. But because he is on the artwork and the banner of it,
Do not seek what is not there.
Now is the time to strike.
yeah, there's kind of not a lot to say though about the game. It's just like the pacing feels off, and it's not dragged me directly into the game as well as I think the first game did. I think that was way better.
As the curtain falls.
And they're bringing back the Joker, and they're bringing back Harley Quinn, and they introduced Two-Face, but then they're actually showing Calendar Man, where they just referenced Calendar Man in the first game. They're bringing back Poison Ivy. So they introduced the Penguin, and they're introducing Mr. Freeze, but it feels like the entire Batman series really is very focused on the idea of
Today we'll lift some heavy scriptures.
Of very specifically focusing around the Joker, and that created an issue, I would say, for the series, in that you just can't have a Joker-centric 4-game series. It's just gonna have a little too much repetitiveness if you do something like that.
A fair a day keeps the doctor away.
There we go. I think that's probably about as good as we can get it. But one of the feelings I definitely start with, as far as Arkham City, is it really just feels like it should be a animated movie. Like, Batman honestly feels like it should be a comic book or a live action movie or an animated movie or a cartoon TV show. It just doesn't really feel quite right to be the character in my mind playing, to be Batman, to be the Bat. And I don't know why that's specifically the case. It's just that I think we have enough established canon of who Batman is and how he's written, that the idea of him caring about little side crimes and when chasing after the Joker, for instance, and not just being completely obsessed about catching the Joker, just doesn't feel right. And then when you have Riddler puzzles all over the world to make it more of a video game, it just breaks it up. You also are in this weird position where the Arkham Asylum Harley Quinn outfit was the first to change Harley Quinn's appearance and take her from being in kind of this clown unitard suit that was from the Batman animated series where she was introduced, into putting Harley into this what is it, into this much more cleavage revealing, I think it's called bustier is the outfit, and it's showing her belly button. In this game she has a tattoo on her belly, and she's got these tight hip hugging jeans, and it's just like way more sexualized than Harley Quinn had ever been up until that point. Now, in all fairness, now we have a Harley Quinn cartoon adult series which is probably doing a lot more with her, and we have the Suicide Squad movies with Birds of Prey, and then 2 Suicide Squad movies in the middle of that, also as considerations. So they have severely overly sexualized Harley Quinn from what she originally was, and the Poison Ivy outfit that they have in the Arkham Asylum, and I assume it's going to be the same outfit in Arkham City when I actually do get around to seeing her. That is hyper-sexualized, even compared to some of the times in the comics where she's been wearing nothing but plants. The clothing overemphasizes it and makes it lewd. And then Catwoman is in a skin-tight cat suit, which makes sense, but then throughout the entire imagery now, she's got the zipper down super low, showing a lot of cleavage. And like there's just kind of no balance there. Like there is no good looking male supervillain in the Batman universe, and Batman himself is not good looking, really. They say Bruce Wayne is supposed to be this billionaire playboy, but when you actually look at him, he has this unkempt, stubbly beard, and he's usually cut up and scarred, and he's got the square jaw. Like, nobody really draws Batman good looking. In fact, a lot of times when he's in the Batsuit, he looks ridiculous with these big cod pieces or Superman underwear on the outside type outfits. There's just nothing there that's particularly attractive. Even the muscly and the overemphasis on having an 8-pack on the abs with the suits kind of fails because it's not showing real flesh, it's showing padding. So if you were going to try and sexualize Batman, which you probably should, a little bit, you would want to either have something that feels a lot more like it's skin tight clothing over just flesh, not suits over bat armor, and you would probably want to show a lot more of his flesh. Like, he is completely covered up in almost every bat suit from head to toe, with the exception of his lower mouth and sometimes his eyes, but sometimes his eyes are also blacked out. And they don't do anything like particularly well to focus on like the younger Robins and Nightwing and all of those Robins that they could also be attractive, good-looking characters. Of the entire Bat family, like there really is just nobody even on the good guy side that is drawn well, and it just comes off as super sexist. And then you have the most recent instance where that adult Harley Quinn cartoon tried to make a joke of Batman pleasing a woman orally, and the higher up said heroes don't do that, which caused a huge controversy, certainly, where a lot of other people go, a lot of the heroes that I know, I think, do that in their mind, and or I would consider anyone that does that a hero, and I don't want to get incredibly graphic here, but yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. That's the kind of thing that I heard someone make that claim when they were in the 1970s or 1980s, and even at that point they would have been like 60 or 70 years old. Yeah, like you're talking
Could manage this.
like nearly 50 years out of date mentality. The idea that a real man does not pleasure a woman, and that the woman is supposed to be there and just lie flat and think of England and not gain any enjoyment at all. That is just like pre-first wave feminism mentality, and the idea that something like that would be said, even if it was just poorly phrased, is just ridiculous.
I hope to stop standing in peace.
But yeah, when you think about the whole Batman series, it is way too overemphasized on Batman in general. Batman and the Joker in general. It's way too overemphasized on in this game in particular, sexualizing women, where lots of other Batman instances don't do that.
Punish the wicked. Spare let judgment fall.
It definitely feels like the Arkham series of games were trying to establish a new Batman universe that would be unique, that might even gain its own comic book series, which I'm fairly certain there were some Arkham comic book series out there, but certainly nothing that was super long running. And even if you get past that, there's major flaws with the Arkham games as we're going on. Arkham City should run perfectly with my CPU and graphics card, and it doesn't. It can't get a locked 60 frames per second. It sometimes drops down.
What a wonderfully cruel world.
This is the first game I've ever played where the GeForce experience told me to turn down the graphics below what the maximum options were. There's awkward sluggishness when Batman is just walking, to the point where you kind of want him to always be in a run mode. Instead of having to hold the A button to run, you should just be able to tilt the stick further for a slightly longer time, and it should just naturally transition into a run mode, and it doesn't. There are some awkward button press requirements throughout the game, first 2 hours already, where it's like, yeah, this layout doesn't feel right. When I did try to play the game with the highest video settings, in the first area, there's a lot of rugs and pieces of paper, and wherever I walked, I would kick up a piece of paper and a rug and just fling it up into the air. Which, yeah, that clearly shows there was no accounting for future hardware that could run at higher frame rates. On average, I was getting somewhere around 111 frames per second, but the minimal number of frames in a bad place was dropping down to like 45 frames per second, and that seemed a little excessive.
I will rise.
It may not really be, but I wasn't happy with that number by any means.
Let judgment fall.
If I do 6 here, I would leave him with just 1, which I think would win the game for me, so we should just do that. Yep. There is also some weirdness, I would say, with Arkham City as far as just the timeline. Because you're in this weird position where they need to explain how the Joker took this Titan formula, got turned into a monster, and you did this video game fight at the end. And they probably should have just said it was a hallucination or a dream, that the Scarecrow formula hit you and you didn't realize it, and you hallucinated that the Joker got turned into this hideous monster. But they're not explaining it that way, so now Joker is back to being the regular human form Joker that you would know and recognize. So now they have to try and explain that. Certainly.
Is fighting and despair all you know?
This one's for my family.
And then they need to explain how Hugo Strange was capable of implementing this clearly ridiculous plan of taking all the prisoners from Blackgate and the Arkham Asylum and then walling them off into a section of Gotham City to create this small open world city where criminals are mostly left to run free and fight amongst each other. Yeah. And that doesn't make a lot of sense. And then when you look at Arkham City, it is slightly more open world than Arkham Asylum, but only slightly. So you really don't get to the point where you have something that feels like a true open world experience until probably the fourth game in the series, because they're just iterating and iterating. And in a lot of ways, I would say the second game in the Arkham series is still smaller, or at least at first glance, it looks like it's smaller than the 3 open world cities of Assassin's Creed, and Assassin's Creed came before then. So it's really just feels like Warner Brothers didn't put enough budget in the right places. And meanwhile, at this current point in 2021, we've got a Batman game that's delayed that won't have Batman in it. Because I guess they're too afraid to just do a reboot? I guess? Or they're too afraid of people being reminded that the fourth game was so incredibly bad as far as performance. It wasn't, I think, even that bad as far as gameplay. It was just the Cyberpunk 2077 before Cyberpunk came out. Like, clearly what they should do is they should do a reboot, and it should either be, hey, let's do Batman Beyond, and then we can make a game very similar to the Spider-Man games and rip off those ideas, which would be their smartest move. Or they could just do a Batman reboot, but they could try to set it in a different era of Batman. Instead of doing the dark Batman, they try to do more of the Batman 66 version of it, the more jokey version of Batman.
Smiles are the best medicine.
That would be a thought, certainly. Or, you know, they could even just try and reboot it with a different twist. That's all it really needs, is a slight twist. Like right now, I think in the comics, last I heard anyways, Batman and Catwoman were straight up married, so you go from that direction. You maybe make Batman older and you focus more on a specific Robin, pick one, and have that specific Robin play the game.
Feel free to call on me again.
Instead of just having a collection of Robins and Batgirl in a game that feels like it's just going to be either a 4-way co-op game with some small story or just a player versus player game. Because it really does come off like the one Batman game they have announced with the Robins and the Bat family. Yeah, you could definitely make a Bat family game, and it's just like, here's Batwoman. Yeah, this would also be a great time to bring out Batwoman as a character who very few people would immediately recognize or know any of the backstory of her. She's not directly really connected to any of the to the Bat family anyways. She doesn't hang out with Robins or Batgirl or Oracle or any of that, so you could have her running around and fighting the same Bat villains, and it could be more focused around the villains that way. And she could be defeating them and establishing herself as the new threat while Batman is off doing something different. Or you straight up risk it and you make a Superman game, which that would definitely be risky, but like, you might not have any other options. Is to decide that you can potentially make a game that involves the Superman or Flash or any of the other DC characters. Yeah, that Warner Bros. Certainly could have done any other DC character and made a game around that. The Flash TV series just ended. There's plenty of, I think, as much fandom as you're ever going to get around the Flash, so making a Flash game would have worked fairly well. And as an open world game, that makes a lot of sense. Of course, right now Warner Brothers is also in the middle of being acquired, so like, who knows if any projects that are in the works right now will actually make it to release. But yeah, that's pretty much all I've been doing as far as the accountability section is trying to get into Batman Arkham City. I've also been in incredible pain. Trying to work on that box hurt me a lot more than I would have liked it to. And I still haven't finished that project, which is annoying. But suffice it to say, I've had to take some more breaks and just been in kind of the wrong mood to try and actually trying to try and actually play any video games. Okay.
Is that how you treat a lady?
That. And then hit that.
Eyes forward.
In the turn. Otherwise, we have some decent video game news coming out today, so we should talk about that. And then we should probably just try to work our way through this news today so that I could have a shorter stream and just try and help myself heal as much as possible. The latest event on Destiny Child is ending today, so I'm focusing. That's one of the things is Destiny Child is constantly giving me something to do, so I really should stop playing one of the other two games I play on my phone, because I'm spending too much time
Smiles are the best medicine.
goofing off on phones. Okay. Is there something we should evolve
Back
here?
straight, eyes forward.
I don't think so. So yeah, let's just go through the news. Here we have a game called One More Dungeon 2. I think I recall seeing the first game and
Today's sermon.
not being particularly interested in it. It is basically a dungeon crawler, action game. In a lot of ways, a lot of games like this don't offer anything more than what Minecraft offers, although I will say this graphics looks better and it looks like it's a slightly more complicated system. They're calling it a roguelike, so maybe that roguelike function also changes things. This is 849, and the thing we would want to investigate here is we probably say no matter what, but if we were to try and find One More Dungeon 1, it came out in 2015, and you can see the difference is it's the same game with pixel graphics. So they've improved their graphics, and I'll applaud them on that. Overall, though, the game is mostly positive. It just really doesn't strike me as the kind of game I'd want to play. Okay. If I do this...
The world cycles on.
Okay, and then I attack here. And we'll just play this. And then we'll end the turn. Yeah, I don't think I can say yes to One More Dungeon 2, though. Next we have a game called Go Bang Let's Go, which is just the game Go, which doesn't look terrible. In fact, it looks oddly too pretty, because there's just a lot of backgrounds here and a lot of what look like 3D environments for a game of Go. Now, in all fairness, programming Go isn't super hard if it is a two-player only game, and it would be slightly harder if it's a single-player game.
Foul forces of darkness, bow before my tempest.
They're asking $2.54, several languages. This is one of those cases where you would be a quarter of the way towards Tabletop Simulator, though, where you could play Go there. And apparently I've been signed out, so any game I want to put on the follow list, now I'm going to have to just leave. That's something I need to learn to check before I start streaming. There's so many little checklist things that need to be done before I stream, and easy to miss one, even if I was checking that, but I wasn't. Here we have a game called Murmur's Recruit, which looks like it's some kind of trading card game. Tag social deduction. Is it Go Fish with Runes? I think it may very well just be Go Fish with Runes. 79 cents, English, Portuguese, Brazil. Every screenshot is this exact same imagery, so it seems like it is a one-screen game. Okay. This would do 4 damage. So we'll kill that.
Truly shine. Oh, the blueprints.
And then, what do we want to do? Play this. And then hit this. Yeah, I think we can do this too. And then that'll buff these guys up some more. Next, we have a game on Steam just called Kin's Chronicle, which is tagged as a CRPG, JRPG, and it frankly does not look particularly different than One More Dungeon 2. If anything, I would say this game seems to be kind of all over the place with its art style. Clearly, I would assume that these are pre-built images of characters on the left, and then all of these other characters that you're fighting that are all pixely may have been custom made, or they were just pre-bought from a different supplier or a different set. Early access, $7.49. English, allegedly full audio. That is way too expensive. Here we have something I haven't seen before. Remote play on phone, remote play on tablet, remote play on TV, and remote play together. What does that really mean? Like, are we getting to a point where we can... Let's click remote play on TV. Nope, it doesn't seem to explain it. Like, the idea that you can remote play on TV is an interesting thought, but I don't know how that would work. Like, you would have to have something on Chromecast or Roku or something to make that really work. Because you can't just stream video completely. And that is a Chromecast signal that they're showing. But yeah, you can't just stream video. It doesn't work that way.
This is where I truly shine.
Okay. Yep. And see, there's kind of a funny thing here is that if you rotate this 45 degrees and make this orange, that would be the RSS signal or a Wi-Fi signal. And they've now used it to mean Chromecast or casting in general. But yeah, there's nothing here that makes it seem like you could actually remote play on TV. Like, I don't know how that really would work. Like, phones and tablets make sense. They have enough CPU processing power to do that, but... But, yeah. TV just feels like it would be all over the place.
Let us conclude. I've got all the magic I need. Is that how you treat a lady?
Okay. Yeah. I think we probably will get to a point where almost every TV has some standardized Roku thing going on, where it is either Android on TV or a Roku interface, and then we could potentially see a Steam client app. But Steam doesn't even have a Roku app right now that I know of, and Steam's Android app doesn't really let you play games on it. So there would have to be something there to introduce that idea. Yep. I was trying to do some research and seeing where the state of karaoke files are, and it seems to me the state of where karaoke files are is kind of nowhere. That they've been abandoned as sort of a niche thing, which in all fairness they were a niche thing. They are a niche thing. But MP3 plus G seems to be the file format still being used, if anything, where you have an MP3 file and then you have a CDG graphics file. Those graphics are particularly small, and maybe that is just because people don't have 12 terabyte hard drives to hold graphics, but there clearly needs to be a new standard established, and I think there's just kind of not a lot of desire amongst Sony Music and Universal Music Group and people like that to introduce a new standard. The logical thing here would be to have an X256 or X255, some very high standard video format, container format, probably a .mkv container that has a lossless audio compressed version of the music with words being spoken, and then a stream for instrumental, which is what you would use in the karaoke most of the time. But maybe you want that first stream as a backing track, so a DJ or a karaoke DJ could, at that point, I'm going to stick with what's working here, could potentially turn up that first stream and have some backing track of the actual singer singing, or you could turn it all the way down and just play the instrumental track. And then there should be a video stream that shows a higher quality version of the videos of the lyrics showing up on a monitor for people to know the words. And that could definitely be text, and you could have different fonts and try and make it all look really good. But honestly, it probably is just better to just have a pre-rendered video stream. 2 minutes at a fairly high compression ratio. 2 to 5 minutes of a song at a fairly high compression ratio at 256 is going to get you like maybe 20 megs. Now, in all fairness, when you're talking karaoke, if you were going to make a big collection and try and have pretty much every song anybody ever would want to sing, which that's the only real way karaoke works, at that point, 20 megs times 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 songs, 50,000 songs. Yeah, that could be, well, like 50,000 times 20 would be 1 terabyte of data, right? Yeah. That seems reasonable to me, if my numbers are right. Like one terabyte hard drive full of music is not super crazy. It's not even that crazy for like a micro SD card to potentially have 1 terabyte of space. And then you would probably want a second video file, so maybe you double the size if you did that, where you have just the music video or something, some kind of visualization if there is a second video stream. But yeah, there seems to be no standard established or no even interest in creating a new standard like that. It seems like everything, from what I could gather, goes through independent software or streaming online, which in a lot of ways online does kind of solve a lot of those things. If you could probably get away with being a low quality karaoke DJ these days just by having your phone connected to the internet and looking up on YouTube song name plus lyrics, and you could get that.
Seek what is not there.
Activating
Although song name plus lyrics, once again, often only gives you the song with the original singer singing it. It's the instrumental versions of the songs that are much more difficult to get, if they even exist at all. And in a lot of ways, this is just kind of an example of how the music industry doesn't have their stuff together, even in doing the thing that they should do to potentially make a few more sales. But since I was experimenting with this and trying to see if there was a way to work with the universal plug and play DLNA streaming on the Roku, now Roku only, because Dish Hopper removed that function, which is just as well because it never worked anyways. You run into the only way that would work on Roku media streaming, unless there's some kind of Roku app that specifically supports MP3 plus G or something like that. The only way you could really pull that off would be to get the MP3 plus G files, then use a software to convert that into video, and I don't know if that's really worth it. So at the end of the day, I spent maybe an hour considering this as maybe a future project, but I don't really think it's going to be a high priority or focus, particularly when it also is a project that would just be for my own education purposes, since I'm never going to sing karaoke and I don't know anybody that would. And it really potentially doubles your music collection in a weird way, because it's going to be difficult, to say the least, to try and cross-reference your playlist, if you have a playlist, which this might just be really showing my age, the idea that you have a playlist at all and you're just not turning on Spotify and listening to whatever's being played. And I don't know if music is even really appreciated as it once was by most people, and it never really was appreciated by me. I'm a complete and total Philistine as far as it comes to music. But I guess we'll have to do this.
The real battle begins.
Put your legs into each prayer.
Eyes close.
Back straight, eyes forward.
Shutting down.
Yeah, that's still not enough to win. But yeah, if you do have a playlist, if you have, theoretically you would want like FLAC or some other lossless audio compressed files, and if you've really got that set up where you have the songs that you like to hear with the singer singing it, then it's just a threefold effort. I would say it probably would be 3 times as more difficult to then try and find instrumental versions with CDG versions of that, and the organization to set that up, it would be difficult, to say the least, to have the exact same names, the exact same thumbnail images, the exact same file names, the exact same folder structure. Some of the karaoke files have the singing on the left side and the instrumental on the right side of the headphones, which if you've got software that can play it, and the software that can play it is pretty much just VLC, that might be useful. There is a software for Raspbian, so Raspberry Pi Debian, and probably Debian Linux in general, which that's really what the thought is. If you got a Raspberry Pi 4, you could have 2 monitors. You could have one monitor where you're setting up your playlist for the singers, and you have the second monitor just displaying the lyrics. It's questionable whether you even need to plug in the microphones into a Raspberry Pi 4, or whether you just plug that directly into a soundboard. And I don't even know if you need to MIDI control the soundboard with the Raspberry Pi 4. They could be very possibly completely separate
There is not a soul
setups.
without sin.
Let us conclude.
Punish the wicked. Spare the let judgment fall.
A fitting end.
So yeah, that was something. If anybody knows of any kind of karaoke setup, that would be fine. But yeah, I just don't think that there's anything like that. That would be a interesting feature add that the iPhone and Apple could certainly have done with their massive power of iTunes. They about a year ago said they were going to start giving all of the audio files from iTunes in, I believe, FLAC format. So where goes iTunes goes the music industry in a lot of ways. Nobody's really buying DVDs or Blu-rays of music so much, and I don't think most car players would support a Blu-ray full of FLAC files, which, yeah, a Blu-ray full of FLAC files, you're talking 25 to 50 or higher gigabytes of audio. That's massive amounts.
All you know?
Judgment will rain down upon you.
But so if Apple did say, hey, this is the new Apple format, and it's not a proprietary format, it's a MKV file that expects a minimum of that can support a minimum of 2 video formats and 2 audio streams, that would be great. It definitely should support more than 2 audio streams, because it is not uncommon for DVDs, even in the old days, to have a stereo setup and then a 5.1 surround sound, and sometimes a Dolby Digital 5.1 and sometimes a DTS 5.1 surround sound stream, which I could see cars embracing a surround sound stream, certainly,
I don't mind.
where it sounds particularly good if you're in that middle of the car, where most people aren't going to be. So yeah, that was another project, I guess, that I wasted some time on. Yeah, I'm rambling here. We've got video games to talk about, though. Man, sometimes I have a trouble staying on track. Gamatsu says the romance visual novel Fu You Kiss is coming to the PS4 Switch on November 25th in Japan. So here we have once again the censorship of PlayStation, and what's really funny is this is a perfect instance of censorship of PlayStation in Japan. So it is becoming, here's your evidence of it being global enforcement of the censorship standards of Sony of California, whereas The Switch version is willing to show her thighs and her skirt. The PlayStation version has zoomed in and shown just the slight hint of the skirt and focused here more on the character. In a way, her hand is not particularly well animated here, so they cropped off maybe some bad animation by doing that, by not showing her hand. But then they've put the text in a weird position because of that, and they've not even really centered her. It makes a lot more sense that she would be to the right with her head here because her legs are to the left. Here, it doesn't make any sense at all. So, yeah. On top of the censorship, PlayStation's logo
Definitive proof of God's
still kind of
authority.
sucks.
Power, golden step.
Like, you could have definitely
Heaven nor
had a
earth
smaller
shall be our
logo
refuge.
just in the top left corner like this, and instead of sticking with the old mentality of all Blu-ray discs have blue on the top of them, which doesn't even make sense in the case of a PlayStation game because PlayStation games aren't Blu-ray discs. So yeah, if anything, this totally shouldn't be the case. They are in format Blu-ray discs, but they are not Blu-ray movies that would play in a Blu-ray player. I guess PlayStation games would be very interesting if they could be played in any Blu-ray player anywhere. But that's definitely not the case.
Though I set, I will rise again.
See if we get any more details as to what this game is. The reversible covers seem to not be censored, however. So most of the pervs out there would probably just switch the reversible covers to this. And see, in this instance, you don't have that blue on the top. So, yeah, that doesn't make sense. I don't know if these are reversible covers so much as the backside, because the logos are in a different place, but I think they're reversible covers. As far as what the game actually is, to me it looks like it's a romance visual novel, maybe a lesbian romance visual novel, but maybe not.
There is not a soul without sin.
This one, evolve here.
You're done for.
Punish the wicked. Spare the innocent. Let
That
judgment
one.
fall.
That one. And hit that one. Next story, we have the romance visual novel Parfait remake coming to the PS4 and Switch on November 25th in Japan. Same publisher. Once again, clear censorship happening here. Now, in all fairness, I will say this is probably a case where the attitude of Sony PlayStation and the rejection of images in the past from other creators and other games has potentially pushed this developer to self-censor before even submitting. But that was the chilling effect, certainly, of censorship, and it always is the chilling effect. So you have a case here where they have moved the logo and cropped it downward so that on the PlayStation 4 you don't see any lower buttocks, cheek, inner thigh imagery. And then the reversible cover on this one is far less different and far less interesting, let's say. In the imagery, it seems like on first glance nothing changed on that one. And yeah, once again, it looks like it's a Same old romance visual novel type game.
This is where I truly shine.
That, yeah. We're seeing more of these being announced, but oddly, we seem to be either behind the curve or just not in parallel with PC releases. Yeah, we have yet to hit a point where every visual novel, which should be an easy port to Steam, is actually coming out to PC on Steam, or even coming out to their own website in a direct download situation. Where I would suspect it would be a smart move if they did start doing that. Right. That
You're in good hands.
and that
Is that how you
and
treat a
hit
lady?
that. Let's see. Video Games Chronicle has August's Xbox Live games with gold titles being revealed. So,
Every shot is a miracle.
Ukulele, Darksiders 3, Lost Planet 3. Yeah, I think Lost Planet is the series that is all set in the snow and definitely
Lost.
makes it feel like the snow environment in Dead Space 3 was just straight up stolen from that concept.
I pray that you will be freed from suffering.
Well, it seems like today we may just get all the daily quests done and then just try and play to win, move up a rank, which is not something we usually get a lot of opportunity to do. So yeah, you have Darksiders 3. I definitely want to play Darksiders 3. I've just never seen it discounted well enough to justify its
Is
mediocre
fighting in
reviews.
despair all you
Like,
know?
it's probably a game, if I get it for $20, I'd be like, alright, this is worth $20. It just wasn't worth $60. So, as of April, Xbox Live Gold subscription is no longer required to play free-to-play multiplayer games also, so it's worth mentioning that. Let's see. Lost Planet 3. And what is this game? Planet Alpha Midway Arcade Origins with Rock of Ages 3. Make it and break it available until July 12th, so that's leaving. The way they've written this article is a little confusing. So I assume this is Planet Alpha. Doesn't look like Midway Arcade Origin, but maybe. I guess I have to just straight up play the video to try to get a better argument. I tried to like Ukulele. I really tried. Didn't succeed there. Found the game too hard and the levels lacking. Wonder if there is a real argument for me to play Lost Planet as a comparison. This says SNK play more. Yeah, this is some other game. Some SNK fighting game. Something of the wolf. Garou, Mark of the Wolves is what that last game is. Yeah, I don't know though. In all ways, I think there's probably other games I'd be way more interested in playing than
Check.
a series that I've just never had any interest in. It would feel a lot like playing what was that
We protect what we
Verifying
must.
access.
the Mafia series in a lot of ways. It's like
Power is what you
when
make of
Mafia
it.
3 came out, there was some relevancy there, and it kind of felt like I would want to play it, but then the reception was poor for Mafia 3, and then didn't seem like Mafia 1 and 2 were particularly that good either, so at the latest evaluation, it just didn't seem like it was really worth the effort to try and play a series and try and force yourself through a series. If I'm going to force myself through playing through a series, I probably would want to force myself just to get through Assassin's Creed 3 and Black Flag and then Syndicate and Unity, and just try and catch up a lot more with the Assassin's Creed series, which I've kind of given up on playing at this point. Gametsu has the Fist game, Forged in Shadow Torch, physical edition, launching September 23rd in Japan. Here's what the artwork looks here. Let's see, we have a game on Steam called Spherical Trilogy, which literally the video and the screenshots are being taken with a camera in front of his monitor. $4.99 English only. I mean, if you cannot even make your get screenshots out of your game, there's no way this game is going to be good. It looks like it's probably a box pushing puzzle game, but it kind of doesn't even matter. That's just such a low level of quality. It doesn't deserve any coverage at all. Video Game Chronicles says Forza Horizon 5 screens reveal the game's 11 distinct and unique biomes. Which, yeah, that's a lot. I don't know how many biomes are in Minecraft now, but certainly when you are making racing games and the racing games mostly focus around visuals, having the visuals expand away from just making the cars and the roads directly look good, and instead making the environments around it look good, can be something that makes an appreciable difference. What I'm wondering, though, looking at each of these biomes, is Forza an off-roading game? Because I'm not seeing any roads in any of these locations. Yeah, it looks to me like it's going to be an off-roading game. So that might change your experience somewhat. I don't know if it really changes it that much.
You're in good hands. No more corpses.
Play that. Let's see. Gears of War Studio shows off Unreal Engine 5 demo and a character creation test. This is the Coalition. They're working on a new game, not working on Gears of War. Which this is probably more hype for a regular game player than you should get, and might be very interesting to people who are in the game industry programming. There's a lot of credits here for this teaser, certainly. Yep. What this really feels like, though, is that it's an admission that the Coalition is nowhere close to actually having a releasable product.
There's not a soul without sin.
So
Done for.
they're probably
Punish the wicked.
4+ years away
This
from
job.
having anything that possibly would be sellable
Let judgment
or
fall.
or any kind of game, and that they could just be experimenting forever and just
Bow,
showing off
forces of
tech
darkness.
demos
Bow
forever.
before my tempest.
So we should talk about this. Right now there's theoretically a walkout happening amongst Activision Blizzard employees. Some of this reporting said that the lawsuit against Blizzard was just Blizzard instead of Activision Blizzard. I don't think it really matters one way or the other. I think you keep the two companies together as one. I've heard reporting that even the old owner of Activision Blizzard may have left knowing that this kind of downfall was going to happen and was trying to get out ahead of it. I wouldn't be surprised if a significant number of people who have left Activision Blizzard over the years knew that this kind of downfall was inevitable. So I've heard that it's now somewhere over 2,000 employees, current and former employees, signed a letter criticizing its lawsuit reception because Activision Blizzard kind of had internal memos saying that, oh, we'll address these issues with our internal processes, which obviously have failed for years, and like most HR are designed to not really rock the boat or fix any real problems as far as inappropriate workplace environments. Whereas their external response, Activision's external response, was much more along the lines of, this is just ridiculous and they are just coming after us to get us because they have nothing, because the government has nothing better to do. But yeah, on top of the letter signing, which is kind of nothing, there is also a walkout happening right now. But the problem is all these walkouts and all of these actions never lead to the right people having the right conversations to actually form a union. Giant Bomb was talking about on the Bombcast. I'm still listening to the Bombcast, unfortunately. It hasn't been terrible in the past couple of weeks, but it hasn't really said any new newsworthy things either. But they talked a lot about unionization, and yeah, if there is a real thought amongst video game creators to unionize, that would be great. If it is just a narrative being pushed by video game journalists, then that's kind of nothing, yeah. And it may just be a narrative being pushed by video game journalists. So we might potentially see some more movement towards unionization. We might very well see pushing to put out anti-union propaganda by companies like Activision Blizzard. There is definitely an argument of just how desperate people who work in the video game industry are, because they often get moved to a whole different state, a whole different city. They have no support structure. They were desperate to work in the industry. They already were expecting to be abused through crunch and overworking and low pay. So these are just very malleable people. Clearly, when you look at how many of them have been malleabilized and turned into SJWs, well, like they are sheep in a lot of ways, programmers. Video game programmers in general, because of that desperation to want to work in the video game industry and make games. So yeah, I would like to see a union amongst all video game developers come out. I'd like to see it be a good union. I'd like to see it really address issues and not just make the problem worse. But there's a lot of work that has to be put into that. And you certainly have to question is this controversy the straw that finally breaks the camel's back or not? Because there's been other controversies. There's been other pushes to unionize that just haven't gone anywhere. Particularly because there is a major element that is just libertarians, I think, more than anything, or Republicans in sheep's clothing, that hear the word union and immediately recoil, even though that's the only thing that would potentially give more power back to employees who desperately need more power in the video game industry. I would almost make the exact opposite argument as far as video game journalists. Like,
This fight is no different.
if there was a journalism guild of sorts amongst all news reporters, and video game journalists were pushed to be a part of that guild, and that was kind of the union, and then they were held to higher standards, I'd be willing to entertain that. But the last thing I would want to hear is that all video game journalists became unionized, and now it's impossible to fire every single video game journalist out there who lies about something, or doesn't actually play the game, or can't actually play games, or is just a person who isn't actually even writing articles that they should be writing, and they're instead just writing opinion pieces in the form of video game reviews.
Do not seek what is not there.
But yeah, that, I guess, is one way that unions get stopped from being made, is because when you look down at all the employees, the general public is not going to support you much.
Hostile unit confirmed. Completing termination sequence.
And in a lot of ways, particularly if you look at video game journalists, I will say you don't have a lot of cases of the employees being unfairly terminated. Like, you have the Jeff Gerstmann issue, and that's about the only one I can think of. And then everybody else has to have such a public outcry for their bad behavior or unprofessional behavior to be fired that it's well past their point. Yep, and I definitely heard on this week's Bombcast the first instance I've recognized of journalists weaponizing the phrase accessibility to mean that they suck at video games and they can't play them. Because it was not a person, to my knowledge, that was disabled using the phrase accessibility. And when he said accessibility, it was not that it was colorblind. Like, Jeff Gerstmann is colorblind, so if he was to come out and say, I'm having trouble with recognizing the colors and I wish this game had more accessibility options, I'd be like, okay, that's a legitimate accessibility issue. Do artists need to address people's accessibility issues? Not really. And it would be fairly crazy to say that the Olympics should allow every disabled person to compete. We have a Paralympics for a different reason, but also even in the Paralympics, they only allow the particularly qualified, exceptional disabled people to compete. It would be very different if the Paralympics allowed every single disabled person at all to compete, just because they're disabled. The idea that their disability somehow becomes an ability that is enabling activity that it shouldn't. Yeah, and that definitely is one of my next big fears, is that we are going to start to see more weaponization of the phrase accessibility to mean we want this game to have no interactivity at all. We want this game to be completely beatable without you ever dying and without you ever suffering any penalty for your lack of skill. And there be no challenge at all. They want there is clearly a contingent of people, including a lot of video game journalists, who want to just destroy the challenge in video games, which will destroy video games, undoubtedly. And they're phrasing it around accessibility, which is just dishonesty. And honestly, if you're creating any argument whatsoever and you're having to hide what that argument is, you're on the wrong side of history at the beginning of it.
Stop!
Like if you cannot clearly explain your point and just call it what it is and speak in normal plain English, then you're wrong. Like that's a really oversimplification and generalization, I know, but it's pretty much it.
Today we'll lift some heavy scriptures.
Let's keep on moving, because I keep going on rants. Astro's Playroom's studio is working on a new 3D action game. That's great, but I'm not sure if Team Asobi is going to be able to make a full product. Like, that is my concern, certainly, when you see so that would be your concern, certainly, is a developer that made a small, like, vertical slice demo may not be quite to the point where they could make a full game.
Damage heavy.
I'm gonna pretty much lose if I don't attack here, but I'm gonna pretty much lose anyways. Looking at this article, it seems like the Sony of Japan studio, the vast majority of that Sony of Japan studio was let go, fired, or laid off, and a small remaining amount of staff was absorbed by Team Asobi, so it's a slightly bigger team, but yeah, I still wouldn't be surprised if whatever they come out with is just a B-tier experience, not that long, not that unique or special. If they're just now hiring people on LinkedIn, that's how they got the information. They are very much in early days. Video Games Chronicle has an article. The Nintendo 3DS just got its first system update in 9 months. Improvements to system stability and usability, which very well may just be an upgrade to, like, encryption keys that have expired to play games or something like that, or just slight improvements to security, anti-cracking of the 3DS, although I don't even know why you'd particularly even care if somebody could crack a 3DS to play like downloaded ROMs of 3DS games, because it's not like Nintendo directly is making any profits at this point for 3DS game sales, or I would assume not, that they aren't making any profits at this point, because they haven't, I imagine Nintendo hasn't put out a 3DS game in like 2 or 3 years. Here we have a Video Games Chronicle article. Sean Layden, a former PlayStation exec, questions the Xbox Game Pass model. He is skeptical of its sustainability and potential to expand the console market. Well, I would say the Xbox Game Pass model is not trying to expand the console market. It's trying to expand the gamer market by allowing people to play games on the Xbox consoles or PC or any other place where they might also be able to gain new market, including the streaming service. As far as its sustainability, nothing lasts forever, certainly. And I think their plan is to just make it last long enough to gain as much market share as possible, and then at some point it is definitely expected that they will start to pull back and give you a little bit less as far as quality and products. So yeah, at some point you very well may be getting Xbox Game Pass and it's giving you just one game that you really don't care to play per month, but you'll just be so pot committed at that point it won't really matter. The short response to this, of course, is like, if this PlayStation exec, when he was working at PlayStation, had set up something to compete against the Xbox Games Pass, it would be a much better argument instead of just saying, nah, that's a dumb idea. Because clearly it's not a dumb idea. And honestly, these kind of interview responses and people reporting on these kinds of interview responses don't really mean anything. It's just often mostly off the cuff responses that aren't really thought through. This sucks. You can't do anything with this. Hey. This guy can't be destroyed by the effects. So that guy can't be killed because of that. I could have killed that guy. Here we have another article that says EA's brand boss says the term gamer is outdated. Gaming is no longer a medium or an industry, it is simply interactive. I kind of agree with this in a lot of ways. Like, certainly there was a point where many years ago I would have called myself a nerd or geek. Back in the days when that meant something, where a few years ago I started to think about it and I'm like, no, I'm not just this stereotypical nerd or geek that you see in 80s movies and 70s movies. Like, I never really was that. I was much more than that as an individual, and I kind of only loosely fit around that. And in a lot of ways, yeah, sure, I can nerd out, and I know a lot about technology all over the place, in many different fields, certainly, and do all kinds of nerdy and geeky type fields. But yeah, I don't really consider myself a nerd or geek at this point, and it would take me a little bit longer to think about whether I would still call myself a gamer. I think particularly, like, what nerd and geek translates to nowadays is basically nothing. Those phrases have kind of just disappeared because every kid that is in school is being pushed into a STEM or STEAM field. Everybody is saying, hey, you need to do something with technology. Every kid is playing on computers. They're doing a little bit of programming. There is no option, and for good reason, there is no option nowadays for a kid to just opt out and say, I don't know anything about computers. Whereas, like, we see plenty of people, plenty of adults that just like, I don't know anything about technology. I just don't care about any of that nerdy stuff. That is not a valid response in 2021 for a even 60 or 70-year-old to say. Like, Even the baby boomers are now expected to understand some level of technology. Like, everybody's carrying around cell phones that are PCs in their pockets. Everybody's on way more websites and on the internet way more. And so it is kind of pointless to even try and use the phrase nerd or geek anymore. I think that's probably what we'll get to with gamer. I don't think we're quite to that. There's still a small number of people out there that don't, I think, consider themselves to be gamers, even though they do play games. But we are hitting a point, certainly very quickly, where everybody is going to be a gamer, and thus using the phrase gamer is not going to mean much of anything. But I could certainly see and agree with like EA and the industry stop using the phrase gamer. Like, there is EA was also the company that tried to rebrand loot boxes as surprise mechanics, so take that with a grain of salt, certainly. And I would want to be somewhat careful and precious around the idea of interactive things being considered real games. Like, when I look at a text-based visual novel that is a kinetic visual novel with no real interactivity other than just clicking a button to go forward, I don't consider that a real game. If Netflix comes in and puts in a bunch of games where you literally are just doing quick time events once per hour, I don't think we should consider that a real game. I don't think we should give some kind of special status to interactive features that by calling them games. There's plenty of things that have been interactive art pieces and such that don't come around to the definition of game at all. Certainly, like, if you go to a child museum, for instance, and there's interactive displays all over the place, none of those are games. They're there to be educational. They don't have gameplay elements. The interactivity at the Mario, the Nintendo Universal Studios park in Japan, like, the interactivity around that is not a game. The fast pass badges around to reserve a spot in Disneyland are not games. Games have that extra element of being designed to be entertaining and usually fun, where when I press a button on a water fountain, that's interactivity. That's not a video game. When I operate a doorbell or a elevator, that's not a game. So, yeah, using that phrase is flawed. That, yeah. But I get what they're saying. I totally get what they're saying, and to a certain level, agree with it. That we should probably stop trying to put labels on people in general. If anything, SJWs also have shown the importance of just stopping the idea of labeling people and playing the Oppression Olympics, where somebody goes, oh, I'm black so I can play the black card, or no, I'm a black woman so I can play the black woman card because I'm doubly oppressed. And somebody else can go, well, I'm a black woman who also is disabled so I can play the triple oppression card, and it just keeps on going and going that way. Like, whereas I would like to live in a world personally where people are treated fairly based on who they are and how they've acted in the past, which, yeah, personal accountability often gets forgotten about. That maybe people are jerks to you because you've been a jerk to them in the past. Let's not forget that.
Punish the wicked. Let judgment fall.
Let's see. Video Games Chronicle has an article here. The Activision Blizzard CEO apologized to staff for its tone deaf response. Codex says the company is, quote, committed to change. So, of course, they're going to try and head off any negative press / rage against tone deaf responses. But, yeah. Like, I saw somebody explain a good apology, and I'll butcher it if I'll try and say it verbatim, but a good apology, basically, the quote was, a good apology accepts, acknowledges the mistake, accepts the blame, it empathizes with people, so it says, yes, I understand why these bad actions were bad, and it establishes a plan of correcting the problem, which is, yeah, and I probably butchered that and misquoted it, but that definitely sounds like something closer to a good apology versus what we often get, which is things that just are like, I'm sorry you felt that way, or I'm sorry if you felt treated badly, type apologies.
I shall give birth to a new world.
Let's kill this one.
Sisters, I love you.
And then let's this one, since that one can attack twice. And let's just play that.
Give birth to a new world.
I wish I'd hit that one, but whatever.
It all comes down to power.
I am reactivated.
Well, actually, I think I finally figured out a way to beat their strategy.
Impressed?
As long as I can do 1 more damage and they can't do 21 damage.
Virtue. The world cycles on.
That being said, one of these could attack twice.
Remember that you must live. Cyclones, devour the land!
Seriously.
I envy you.
Yeah. Definitely feels like you just get up a little bit on the rank and then you start losing. So I guess I have to really applaud the ranking system on Shadowverse, because they really do seem like they know how to match you against people that are going to really challenge you. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says Xbox Series X S sales drive jump in quarterly game revenue for Microsoft. This increased hardware sales partially offsets by a dip in content and services, which, okay. So, not so many games have come out lately, but hardware has offset some of that partially, which, yeah, that's believable. It's not like people are rolling in cash in anyways, though. So that's actually a little surprising. Video Game Chronicles also says that the Series X and S are the fastest selling consoles ever, which I assume means amongst Microsoft's hardware. It maybe is saying even amongst all consoles, which, okay, that might be the case too. I still feel like the Series X and S, though, has kind of a hard sell to me. Like, as somebody whose last console they purchased was the Xbox 360, there haven't really been any killer apps or new features to justify the perceived increased price of the Series X and Series S to make me want to even think about getting an Xbox. Of course, I am a PC gamer at this point, so, and I have no plans to stop being a PC gamer. But yeah, there's no Nintendo games type experience where these Microsoft exclusives exist only on the Series X, and that's why you have to have the Series X or S. And it is kind of weird that Microsoft hasn't ever really established any character besides Master Chief and Halo to be their character, or maybe Gears of War originally was kind of an exclusive too, but yeah. I would like to see Microsoft with their acquisitions of new companies to have a character or series or two that are known to be Microsoft properties. It's not going to be Psychonauts or anything like that, but I could see Double Fine being told, make us a Mario game. We'll give you all the money in the world, but we want a Mario game. We want a Zelda game. We want a Metroid game. We want a Mario Kart. We want a Smash Brothers. We want those types of games that can have iteration after iteration after iteration and be the competitors. It would be very interesting, to say the least, to find Nintendo having to really compete beat for beat with the type of games that they make. Because at any point, Nintendo can put out a bad Mario Kart game and there's no competition against it. They can put out a bad Mario game and it's only a matter of pride that's stopping them from not putting out bad versions of their games.
There is not a soul without sin.
You were done for.
Punish the wicked.
And I know Microsoft originally started creating their Xbox Series to target the college-age gamer bros culture that they basically created themselves as a way of not competing with Mario, but it's been decades now. They need to try and expand. Even if they can only make something as good as Banjo-Kazooie, they should have something as good as Banjo-Kazooie. Like, even PlayStation has the Ratchet and Clank series and a few other games. Astro's Playroom is a kind of a good example where Microsoft could, at the very least, have a vertical slice experience that is more family friendly.
Look to the zenith, for there I will rise.
Moving on, Gemetsu says Monster Hunter Rise and Okami collaboration begins July 30th. So you can receive a Palamute layered armor set or Amy costume. So, yeah. I don't know if that means that there's anything actually in Okami as far as this collaboration. Because Okami is a pretty old
Though I set,
game.
I will rise again.
Yeah. Honestly, it feels like it's just a skin for Monster Hunter Rise, which is great, but this is not Monster Hunter Rise, or it's not Monster Hunter Stories, which, yeah, clearly there's room for confusion there between Monster Hunter Stories and Monster Hunter Rise.
Smiles are the best medicine.
Okay. Let's see. Gamatsu says Animal Crossing New Horizon update is set for July 29th. Additional updates planned for later in 2021. People have pretty much stopped talking about Animal Crossing, which is the same mainstream video game journalists have stopped talking about it, which were pretty much the only people that I think were talking about it. I imagine there were some people, a lot of people actually playing the game, but they've run out of interest now. They've probably run out of content and run out of momentum.
All of you.
Yep. Gamatsu says Neo The World Ends With You launch trailer is now available to see if you want to watch it. I don't feel like there's probably anything new to gain from this. There's been a lot of talk about the Neo The World Ends With You, which I believe is the sequel to The World Ends With You. Neo being short for new. Let's see. Hit that.
Today we'll lift some heavy scriptures. Harder, faster, holier.
Let's see. Gamatsu says Baldo the Guardian Owls launches August 27th for the PS4, Xbox One, Switch, PC, and Apple Arcade. This is not a game I recognize. It does have a Steam page, so I'll click on that. Check that out instead of just this is coming soon on Steam. Definitely looks interesting. It definitely looks like it is a Studio Ghibli-esque animation style, although probably not any involvement with that, with Studio Ghibli. Looks like a JRPG, action RPG. Looks like it's mostly going to be kid-friendly.
Wheel of Fortune.
I'm not seeing anything here that doesn't scream kid-friendliness. And see, a game like this that's labeled as an action RPG is basically a Zelda game.
Now the fight begins.
So that's interesting. I imagine we'll see some more coverage of it later.
Boy, do I feel sorry for you.
Okay. Do we want to do this? Or do we want to do this and then that would really not do anything. That. I think we just have to play this. We have the Wheel of Misfortune here. We could kill that with our own card. Gamatsu says Dr. Mario World is ending service on November 1st. It launched July 2019, so it's been going for 2 years. It's a smartphone game. It really just once again goes to show that Nintendo has failed to... it'll be completely unplayable. Nintendo has just really failed to really support and go in the direction of having some mobile games to
I shall give
I don't know what they're really trying to even accomplish with the mobile games so much. If it is a case of trying to expand their audience or just lock in a new generation of players, or what?
Thus, the world ends. The world cycles on.
Okay. My health is good. I'm gonna do 4 damage. If I play this
There is not a soul without sin.
and then evolve this,
The real battle begins.
Punish the wicked. Spread judgment.
that, hit
By your
that,
will, O Lord.
hit this. I think that's about as good as we can do. See, and this is the funny thing. With 9 cards, he still probably can win 11 to 21. That's how it played last time. Gematsu has an article. Earth Defense Forces 2017 for Switch launches October 14th in Japan. Yeah. I could see Nintendo, if they were smarter, moving a lot of their games to cell phones and then not trying to make any profit or sell any hardware, or at least having their games playable and purchasable in 2 different places. Like, Nintendo has never been great with the hardware anyways, so if they were all about just being a software company only, like, I could see that, or at least having that in their back pocket as an option, where they could become a software company. Right now, with all the chip shortages and such, it would have been great if Nintendo could sell every single Nintendo product on PC or cell phones.
Envy you.
Because there are plenty of PCs and cell phones that already exist, way more than Switches. And I imagine, at some level, Nintendo would like to not have to rely on Foxconn and other factories in China or other countries in general to manufacture hardware. I imagine they'd love to just have a factory in Japan making
Is
the
fighting and despair
cartridges
all
or
you know?
making software only.
Activate. Enhance.
But
Fire.
the thing that they've failed to do is embrace the online side of that, to establish a marketplace and establish a secure way to sell software and not have it just be immediately pirated. They're relying on old physical security technology that has been outdated for decades, and as far as cartridges, and it's not going to last much longer. Moving on, Gematsu says Opus Echo of Star Song demo is now available. I don't know if that's really news to say a demo is available for a game. This looks like a somewhat interesting kind of point and click game with some puzzles, sort of visual novel-y. It feels like it's possibly
Today we'll lift some heavy
a
scriptures.
sequel to that game, To the Moon. Is it? Well, let's see. Is this, what else has this developer made? Yeah. There's a game called Opus Rocket of Whispers, which is very positive, from 2018. Opus The Day We Found Earth, which is very positive, from 2016. And so, yeah, it is a sequel to that. So we've got 2 games here. And this may be on my wish list, maybe it isn't. I could certainly see why I would have potentially just skipped the first game in this series. Like, I'm not seeing a lot of gameplay here that catches my eye.
And that concludes today's sermon.
And see, that would be a hard argument, certainly, to say, hey, let's play this Opus game and then play this other Opus game, to then play a third Opus game. Yeah, definitely feels like some major changes and improvements happened between the first game and the second game. And that's what we're always looking for, certainly, is we want to find games that that manage to catch your attention and improve so much so that by the time you're at the third game in a series, you really feel the need to go back and play the first couple of games if you missed them, compared to, say, the fourth game of the Arkham series, in which the fourth game is so bad it kind of invalidates a lot of arguments to even play Arkham Asylum. That being said, I'm still playing them, so it didn't fully invalidate that idea.
Smiles are the best medicine.
There we go. Gamatsu has the Famitsu review scores for issue 1704, which is just Neo, the Ends Worlds With You, The World Ends With You for PS4 and Switch, 35 out of 40. That's a pretty high score. And then Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts 2 for PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, and Xbox One, which is 33 out of 40, which is about an average score.
No!
Yeah, so Neo, The World Ends With You. I'm still... I don't think either one of the World Ends With You series games are on PC or Steam. So I don't think there's any opportunity to play it for me. Gamatsu says Sword and Fairy 7 launches in October. This is a long-running Chinese RPG series. I think we've heard some coverage and talk about this before. It looks pretty in this trailer, so like Sword and Fairy might very well be the Chinese RPG series to play. This actually does look like a decent game, whereas so often we see very bad games from Chinese people. I mean, that's a huge generalization, but it's definitely seems to be the truth.
To the zenith, for there I will rise.
So yeah, if I was gonna play the Sword and Fairy series, it would have to come to PC. It is. It'd have to come to Steam, which it is. It would have to support English, which it doesn't say it does. And it would kind of have to have it would have to be a good starting point. Certainly.
You have made an enemy of me.
Chinese Paladin Sword and Fairy seems to be the full name.
I said, I will rise again.
What winds whisked me here.
No!
Let's see. Do we have another game that they've published? No. I mean, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice they published. This publisher has published, but yeah, I'm not seeing another Sword and Fairy game, so I put you in a kind of weird position where you can't make a good choice there to potentially play the game at this point. Now, if it comes out and it's in English and it gets reviewed very positively by English reviewers, then that'd be interesting. This is also interesting. There's animated backgrounds now capable on Steam. So you've got this movement, which it's a little distracting, but it's also catching my attention. So I imagine that it's doing its job. Moving on, Komatsu Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania. Meet the Gang trailer and screenshots. I believe this is a remake of an old Super Monkey Ball game. It's coming out for PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC on October 5th. Which, for Steam, this might be the only way or the best way to play a Super Monkey Ball game. I feel like, if I vaguely recall, the previous Super Monkey Ball games have been spread amongst a lot of different platforms, and their playability has been low as far as just how the quality of their how they ran. Because it is kind of a weird engine. You're focusing a lot on gravity and no running and gunning in a Super Monkey Ball experience. Moving on, Komatsu has Street Fighter 5 Championship Edition, Champion Edition, Summer Update, live stream set for August 3rd. What a mouthful. So there's going to be an update announcement. Picross S Mega Drive and Mark III Edition launches August 5th. It features 59 Sega Master System and Sega Genesis system titles, which, it's odd that, are they all Picross games, or is it just a collection of Picross and a bunch of other games? See, this is confusing because it seems like you would be able to play these games, so I don't understand the Picross part about this. Why that's being involved, unless it's the idea that there are Picross games involving characters from the other Sega games. And I think that's what this is that you just see these pixely images of characters from the Sega Master System. Yeah, that is very confusing. Like, this compilation includes a total of 59 titles. Yeah. You don't get to play these games. Yeah. I definitely have to put my bet on you don't get to play Sonic, and you don't get to play all of these games. You just are seeing them as pixely puzzles. So that's a very confusing title. Should say features characters from 59 games. If we want to get to the category of not being listened to, here's Gamasutra republishing an article from August 5th, 2020, Why You Should Rethink How Your Company Handles In-House Harassment. Not really an article that the average gamer needs to read. In all fairness, very possibly completely bad information. But definitely goes to show that this is an issue that has been happening. Harassment is an issue that's been happening. I think it happens in all businesses, but it certainly has happened a lot, and very noticeably amongst video game companies. The truth of the matter is, I think the pandemic in particular has shown this, is that sadly, 50% or more of the US population, and probably the world population in general, is just immature, childish people. It's like individual, what is the phrase? Individuals are good people, but people in general are bad. It is a quote from some TV show or movie I saw. I can't place it, but yeah. And at a certain point, I could get into a long rant about how the entire system just needs to be torn down. The idea that people are literally being forced to work with other people and spend time with other people that they don't want to spend time with or work with, just because we've created this system in which you are not allowed to be a living human being, and you don't deserve to be alive and happy unless you earn money. And by earn money, what they really mean is earn a lot of money for everybody else to earn a little bit of money for you yourself. Just barely enough money for yourself that you don't starve to death, but also are typically in a huge amount of debt, and you also ruin your health during the effort, and you also ruin your life during the effort because you have no free time, because your mental health is damaged. That is the case for a lot of people. Not everybody. Some people do somehow find a good work-life balance and enjoy who they work with. Certainly there are exceptions out there, but that is not the rule.
Weakness the power.
Yep. But yeah, trying to avoid getting into a rant, we have a Gamma Sutra article, When Steam Wishlists Don't Convert, case study, which might be interesting. Opinion piece. Like, I definitely am the type of user who wishlists a lot of games. That doesn't immediately mean that in the first 6 months I would buy those games just because they're on my wishlist. And I would say Steam is not particularly designed to remind you when a game comes out that's on your wishlist. I don't get emails telling me that there are dozens of games on my wish list that are now out for sale or out of early access. I don't get any kind of advertisement from Steam at all. So not through email or anything that I would recognize. So
Let us conclude.
yeah,
Are you having fun yet?
I think there is an overemphasis, particularly on Gamma Sutra, around the idea of getting your game wishlisted, and that means that there's a high chance it will be purchased during the launch window, and that's all you really need to do. Yep, I could definitely see a lot of people never even use the wishlist system and just buy games as they see them, as they catch their attention. So if you're not on the front page, and if you're not getting in front of the eyes of people, you're probably never going to get sales from that type of player.
Is fighting and despair all you
Moving
know?
on, Gamma Sutra has an article here.
Come on.
Jam City is changing course and is no longer going public via its $1.2 billion merger. So the Harry Potter Hogwarts mystery developer is no longer going public with its merger with DPCM Capital. Interesting. We usually don't see these mergers getting announced until everything is locked in stone. So to see somebody say they're not doing that is it's kind of crazy. The quote here is, in light of current market conditions, we believe that terminating the business combination agreement is the best path forward for parties. So if somebody was doing some real deep digging for due diligence and found a red flag, if that's the only thing I could imagine either that or they just couldn't get the money because of the economy, which I doubt it. We had already pretty much talked about this, but Gamma Sutra says Activision Blizzard employees to walk out in support of the lawsuit. This is supposedly happening now. We've seen a lot of people on Twitter put tweets of support, slacktivism basically. They're asking people to donate to several different charities, which Future Without Violence stands out as not being really anything about coding. And then Rain is... I don't even know what Rain is. Let's just open that in the new tab. Whereas Women in Animation kind of makes sense, Black Girls Code makes sense, and Girls Who Code makes sense. Arguably, people who code in general should all merge together. Women in Games International makes sense. Let's see. What does RAIN stand for? Let's see. Mission of RAIN. Okay. RAIN stands for the Rape, Abuse, Incest National Network. It's the nation's largest sexual violence organization according to its website. Yeah. Which... okay. Suppose that's good. I'm not sure there's been any accusations of any of that. Against Activision Blizzard, but yeah, whatever. I mean, doesn't sound like a bad charity or bad cause to support. The thing I definitely want to see though is show me the real numbers, because often these walkouts it's just like nobody is there. We get no pictures of anybody there, and maybe that's because they don't want to put online pictures of employees walking out of their job and potentially getting retaliated against, but that's what picketing is all about, frankly. If you're going to do a walkout, if you're going to do these union-like actions, you've got to be willing to get fired and then go through the lawsuits and sue them for anti-union unionization actions. That's just kind of the thing that it is. You've got to be able to put some actual blood in the game, for lack of a better term. You can't just be a selectivist behind a Twitter feed and be an anonymous employee who supports a cause but doesn't walk out. You can't say that there was a walkout with 2,000 employees when there isn't a single picture to show even 20 employees walked out, and very possibly those 20 employees just walked out to get lunch or something.
Wind, grant them courage.
Yeah. Like, remember that the first generation of people pushing for unions were getting literally attacked by private police Pinkertons. So, like, they were getting beaten. There have been many instances of the police being used or deciding to allow themselves to be used to beat down unionization efforts and attack people and kill them or attack them. So yeah, you gotta be willing for things to get out of hand if you want to see real change. If you try to just play inside the system that's already established, the system that's already established has been designed to make it so you lose. So you're not
You're
going to
done for.
ever see any real change
No.
until you
the
put real
smiles are
pressure
not
and
free.
pain on your oppressors, or which I guess is the right word to use as far as employers, is that they are very often oppressing the employees. Moving on, a live-action Pokemon show is headed to Netflix. We'll see how that goes, I suppose. I doubt we will see an instance where we have a whole bunch of Nintendo live-action or live-action Pokemon Company shows. I imagine it will be one show, much in the same way that there's like one Witcher show, and now they've made a spin-off Witcher animated show. And in all fairness, I think the Pokemon cartoons and movies on Netflix probably did them pretty well. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Facebook has frozen the Oculus Quest 2 sales over a potential skin irritant. I'd have to assume that there's some kind of cleaning material or oil that was used to make the latest batch of the foam cushion of the VR headset that's irritating people.
Need balance. And
So,
I'll
yeah.
provide it.
I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen more instances
We protect what we
of just like lower quality products in the middle of this pandemic, where like manufacturing companies all around the world from third world countries like China have just decided to lower their quality because they know you can't get any other you can't do business with any other company anyways.
You're in good hands.
Now, this story from Gamma Sutra is a little bit weirder because the World of Warcraft devs came out on Twitter and they're saying Gamma Sutra is saying it's a promise renewed focus on inclusivity. I've seen it also reported as they came out and tweeted and said they were going to censor more in World of Warcraft because of the lawsuit and the bad work environment. I've also heard that basically no work on World of Warcraft at the moment for the past couple days has been done. So instead of just putting their head down and fixing problems that already existed on World of Warcraft, they got in a tizzy because of the lawsuit, and from some perspectives definitely have just doubled down on a pro-censorship mentality. Now, some of what they're censoring, though, may not be... here you have a big wall of text if you want to read what they said directly. May not be particularly that bad because, like, one of the employees who is apparently named in the lawsuit, taking his name out of World of Warcraft because you put his name in the game isn't a terrible thought. Field Marshal Afra Sayabi. But you don't need to put a big tweet image up for that, really. To make that quiet change and just stay quiet and not try and get SJW points for just frankly trying to avoid controversy. And the bigger fear certainly is that A, people aren't working to fix World of Warcraft, which needs, from what I hear, a lot of work, and B, people are just going to keep on going towards censorship in general and make the game worse. It is totally up your own butt and insane to be focused on what's happening in a game and thinking that making changes in a video game is going to affect the real world in any way. That this is like the final stage of the delusion that has been sold that all gamers are toxic, all gaming communities are toxic, and if we just censor them enough and punish them enough, all those 9-year-olds who are typing dirty words into the chat will finally get the message and they'll learn their lesson and they'll stop doing it. And there won't be a new generation of 9-year-olds who do the same thing next year. And that's really the whole delusion in a nutshell, as I see it, is that people need to realize, heck, when you're in a video game, well, you're going to run into 9-year-olds who are either actually 9-year-olds or mentally 9-year-olds, and they're going to push the boundaries of good taste. They're going to think themselves comedians. They're going to think that this is an appropriate forum to in which they can make these kinds of jokes, and they're gonna try.
I shall give birth to a new world.
The real battle.
Put your legs into each prayer.
There's
Straight eyes forward.
I'd have to go back and look at it to be accurate in reporting what's been going on with the World of Warcraft and the Warcraft universe and the creators in general, but there definitely comes up in my mind that there's been several other instances where World of Warcraft devs have been particularly SJWE and particularly censorship-ish. And it's not just because World of Warcraft is a big game. It seems like they often invite controversy by saying something when they could very easily just be quiet and avoid controversy in completeness. Moving on, Gamasutra has a job listing here for a senior Unreal developer, C++, for a DNA block. That's in Los Angeles, California. I think I've heard of DNA Block, but I don't know if I could name a single game that's ever used it. We do need something that competes against Unreal and Unity. Something other than just something bigger than, say, Crysis or the Source engine. I don't think DNA Block is highly likely to be that something. Okay. Do I have anything else that would let me do damage?
Look to the zenith, for there I will rise. Thus the world begins.
I did my bestest. You're in good hands.
There we go. So we talked about this on Monday. Superhot VR devs remove the self-harm elements from the game. Quote, "You deserve better." Quote, "We regret it took us so long." There was already a toggle on this to not see that scene. So it seems like you're going
I'm coming for you. I envy you.
it is just kind of ridiculous for artists to censor themselves here. And see, we've now got the asterisks here where it's getting review bombed. And see, this is the level of animation in the game, so the scene in question is you in VR would have a gun and shoot yourself in the head and not even really see it. And if you did see it, it would just be these red polygonal characters. Yeah, let's see if we can see how these review bombs. And is this really review bomb? They've changed the way Steam puts it, off-topic review activity detected. That's not accurate at all. This is 100% on topic. They have changed the game from what it was, a game that was massively in the positive, and this is why you don't do this kind of BS and censorship, and you don't change things once you've established a good thing. These are legitimate people who have legitimate complaints about the game being changed and content being removed. Meanwhile, because of the with these negative reviews being eliminated, you're getting mostly positive reviews. Whereas if I close this, developer just removed content for the game for being too disturbing. TOO is how you'd spell that. These were scenes where characters shooting themselves in the head in order to return from the game world to the real world and vice versa. The entire game loop is non-stop murdering red humanoids. It's just BS virtue signaling like every other developer. The devs stole my choice to commit virtual self-harm, which is a very important part of the story in the name of progression TM. Remove self-harm scenes bad. See, yeah, this is not off topic. This is an example of Steam going the wrong direction here. This is not off topic reviews. These are legitimate reviews. And in all fairness, if we were to just add up all the negative reviews here, 91, 212, 144, 70. So we're talking 400 or 500 negative reviews. Whereas in the past few days, they've been getting very few positive reviews. Let's see. If we were to go back to about, let's say July. Yeah, a year passed. The negative reviews now would wipe out the positive reviews to July 2021. But you still would have a massive amount of positive reviews at an earlier point. So this game would still be completely in the positive as far as the ratings. Yeah. It's 92% positive now. It probably would overall drop down to, well, it would be 4,500 about positive reviews. So a lot of players are probably not even aware of this change, particularly since this is the VR version of the game. Whereas I imagine a lot of people don't have the VR version of the game. And so I guess the question is, did the VR version of the game, was that the only version that lets you shoot yourself in the head? Or do the other versions of the game still let you do that? Or are we about to see some big changes from these developers? Let's see. I guess the other question is, says it's developed by the Superhot team, which implies that the original game would be from the Superhot team also. Yeah, it really is just another example of stepping into something when you didn't need to. Like, you didn't need to be involved in a controversy. You already had a toggle. You gave people the option. That's more than fair. Even if you wanted to pop up a warning at the beginning of the game and say, hey, do you want to toggle these scenes on and off? That's more than fair if you're really concerned about triggering somebody. But to remove the option goes way too far. Clearly for at least 500 people, including me. Honestly, you run into this situation where any change is unacceptable after the initial launch. I would be upset if say, The Mona Lisa's painter tried to go back and touch up the Mona Lisa after it had been put on presentation and display. That's not right. Once it becomes a part of society's mental consciousness, once it's out there for display, that product for the most part should stay the product that it was. Now, video games are in a weird position where you kind of do expect patches to make them run better. I don't expect content change patches. I don't want to see that. If you are doing that, it's got to be 100% better in everybody's perception, because if it looks like it's not better in even a small audience's perception, that is going to cause controversy. As you can see, that was obvious and should have been obvious to the creators. At a certain point, I could put on my tinfoil hat and wonder, is this just a case of people trying to create controversies on top of controversies? So there's just so much happening at once that people get exhausted and don't pay attention? Like, sometimes it definitely feels like that's the case, whether it's intentional or not, that there's just so many different controversies happening at once that you can't even pay enough attention to know which is happening when. Speaking of something that probably will come out being controversial, according to Gamma Sutra, you will need proof of a COVID-19 vaccine or a negative test to enter PAX West. I imagine we will see that for a lot of conventions. Although, I also would say, at this point, is there a justification and a reason to even have these kinds of events? Or are they a thing of the past that should not exist anymore? Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Mines and Dragons, which looks like it is some kind of MS Paint Minesweeper game. Seems like you're playing Minesweeper at the bottom, and every time you click on something that's not a mine, you do damage to the character up front. Which it isn't a terrible thought to take a simplistic minigame like Minesweeper and put some RPG elements into it. It just looks awful, this implementation. English allegedly full audio. Here we have a game called Game of Love, which it looks to be an otome visual novel, young maiden visual novel. The animation's not the greatest, but I might be willing to give it a chance. $4.99, English and French. I guess I'll put that on the follow list. Here we have a game called Orbit, which looks like it is a kind of ugly Kerbal Space Simulator. That Kerbal Space Program type clone. $5.99, English only. See, we never really did get to a point where yeah, unfortunately we never got to a point where there was a good competitor to Kerbal Space Program. Kind of much like the Minecraft was the first and best Minecraft style game. But yeah, whereas Minecraft is still a good game being updated, Kerbal Space Program is pretty much an abandoned game that I think they claim they're working on a sequel, but I highly question it. Next we have Samurai Warriors 5, which is the button mashing hack and slash game, I believe. Looks pretty. I don't know if there's... honestly, if it's a button mashing hack and slash game, if you told me it was only 5 years, 5 hours of gameplay, that would be maybe something I'd appreciate more. But then at $60, really $90, you're certainly asking a lot here. And see, even if this is 60 hours or more of gameplay, how much of that is really just button mashing? Yeah. And then you get into the question about whether Samurai Warriors, as one of the Warrior series, is the one to play, if there is even one to play. Is the 5th game in the series the right one to start on, or should you work your way back to a different game in the series?
Already a proper lady, you know.
You are forgiven.
Okay. Let's go and heal. Here we have another G mode game, which I think are cell phone games, being ported by G mode only. $4.49. That Playdate device is starting to ship, so we'll start to see some people talking about those games. I think a little bit, but not a lot, because they're simple little desktop toy games. They're not going to be anywhere on the same level as a PC game or a console game or even a mobile game.
How wretched. How
Here we have a
accursed.
game called Rhythm Slinger, which looks to me like it's not in VR, even though it probably should be. No, it is in VR. It's just odd angle. $5.39 English only. So a rhythm shooter. That's what I'm getting. Doesn't look particularly interesting. Okay. Hit this.
Smiles are the best medicine.
And then do this. Let's see. Do this.
You're in good hands.
Okay.
You it's done for.
This.
You are forgiven.
There we go. Here we have a game, LGBT Color by Number for Adults, which seems to be really extreme. Just for a coloring game to go in that direction.
Might save you.
Yeah, that feels like you're tokenizing a very simplistic game for no reason. $4.99. Several languages. Yeah. And honestly, if you're so obsessed about being LGBT that you need your own special segregated coloring by number game, you should probably reevaluate your life. Here we have a game called Blackhaven, which, seems to be some kind of historical exploration mystery game / walking simulator. It's free, English only. It was made by students, so I guess that's the idea, is it's a student project, and so I could probably cut it some slack because of that. Okay. Can we do this?
Today we'll lift
Yes.
some heavy scriptures.
Can we do this?
Look to the zenith.
Yes.
For there I will rise.
Can we do this?
A
Yes.
bear a day keeps the doctor away.
Can we attack here? Yes.
So harder, faster, holier.
Next, we have the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. This is the Ace Attorney character in the past
Sin.
versus Ace Attorneys in the present. if you get this and the trilogy, it's $60. That's probably not terrible to get the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy and the great Ace Attorney Chronicles at the same time.
I shall give birth
Yep.
to a new world.
Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy is overwhelmingly positive. So yeah, this will make it to the fall list. Actually, I can just put it on the wish list. We can see it's already rated very positive. That the only real concern I imagine there would have been if it was going to be a poor port, but
forgiven.
even in that instance, it's
Thus,
fairly
the world
questionable
ends.
whether
Should have seen this
you would
coming.
that would even be an issue, because do I even want to play that? I don't think I do. Like, it's such a simple kind of visual novel game that you would have to work fairly hard. Capcom would even have to work fairly hard to port it poorly.
Salvation? Just gratitude!
Yeah, we have a game on Steam called Herder, which, yeah, I don't think you can make a game where you're shepherding and herding sheep. That would be fun. That feels like something you could have an interesting single scene around that concept, but then you would quickly need the sheep to run off and turn the game into something very different. I could see being a herder and then being attacked by monsters and then turning it into an RPG game. This is English and German, $3.99. Yeah, I don't think that cuts the mustard.
See you all next festival!
Let's see. Can we win here? Or are we gonna die? He's got 2 life, I've got 7.
Punishment awaits.
Gunfire purges all sin.
If he can do 5 more damage and get something with Storm. Here we have a game on Steam called Vermilion, which is tagged as an interactive sim casual VR game. So I don't know if you're really painting here or if this is just a simulation of painting where you just waggle your hand to look like you're painting. Either one might be slightly interesting. $17.99 is a little too expensive for a VR game, English only. But yeah, it wouldn't be the worst idea to be able to just waggle your hand and feel like you're painting, and maybe turn off your brain a little bit and make it feel like you actually could paint. How are we doing? We're still looking for a couple of ranked wins, which means we could goof off over a little bit and play something different. Here we have something called Gun Game on Steam, which just looks like it's a player versus player fighting game. Early access $4.99. English only.
I bring unto
Here we have a
you
game called
serenity.
Jumping Frog,
You must die!
which doesn't look visually polished enough to be of any interest for $1.99 English only. Here we have a game called Space Intervention, which is just a Galaga clone for 69 cents English only. Here we have a game called Evdiki Lynette, which that doesn't sound English. And it just looks like a dark screenshot horror game. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here. They want $4.99 English and Turkish. Got a lantern, you're holding it in your left hand. You're wandering around. And it seems like there's just nothing scary that's gonna happen at all. Like there's not even a jump scare. Usually you see a jump scare in that. Here we have a game called Dauntless 2, which looks like it's a pixely Spelunky clone. Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe it, is a Spelunky clone. Dungeon crawler. $1.79, English, Russian. Here we have a game called Light Pursuer, which looks like nothing of interest, for 99 cents, English and Chinese. Here we have a game called Golden Boy, which looks to be just a platforming game of no interest. Yeah, this kind of gameplay would just never catch my attention. Like, even if it was just trying to be a straight up Super Mario Bros. Clone, you would have to show me a lot of different variety of enemies and characters, and it'd have to really stand out as something great. This is $2.39, English and Russian.
100% string and 0% fluff.
Let's see, here we have a game called Destruction Time, which looks like it's probably a simulation of a building collapsing, and that's pretty much it. Seems to be very possibly that only building, only that one building. There is some room. This is English and Russian for $8.99. Early access also. I suppose there is room for a architectural software that would help you decide how you're going to plant charges to do a clean demolition of a building, and potentially have that same software be able to use cloud computing or something to make a better type of building, or a better simulation of how some buildings collapse. Those are all things that a software using something like Unreal Engine might work better, but probably wouldn't, because game engines in general tend to stop at a certain number of fractional points to calculate physics. They don't tend to go forever, or as much as a quantum computer could, or a just more custom piece of software could.
I am such a genius. You wouldn't.
Just keep on checking there. Here we have a game that's all in Asian characters, which is clearly just a Tetris clone. It's $3.24, Chinese only. Fairly expensive for a Chinese game.
I present you a gift.
Here we have a game called Car Looper, which looks like it's just a puzzle game, like Pipes.
I lowballed you.
Are you just trying to make a car go in circles, or turn it into a loop? $5.94, bunch of languages. Nothing of interest there. Let's see. He killed my guy.
This'll be over quick.
Do we want to evolve a character?
Begin.
Hit
I
that.
am such
and
a
hit
genius.
that. See, next we have a game on Steam called God of Rifts, which is a hack and slash VR rhythm game, which I like the idea here. I don't know if I really like the visuals here. Seems to me like it's still just kind of asset flip gameplay. Yeah, I think I'd be willing to put this on the follow list, even though it's a VR game, so it doesn't really even matter. $4.49, English, allegedly full audio, early access. there is a very good possibility here that you don't have a big enough soundtrack, and that would be the thing that would kill the playability on it.
I suppose I've lost some of my edge.
Tell me what to do, please.
This'll be over quick.
Well, I don't know if I played that quite right.
Hold still.
Hmm.
I am such a genius.
Next, we have a game on Steam called Tackle Girl. You don't have a lot of characters that just tackle people, which usually contact means damage or death in a game. But yeah, there could definitely be a game where you just straight up tackle people, and might as well be a girl character. Unfortunately, the visuals on this game just look awful. It looks like a attempt at making some kind of arcade game, but it's bad visually. $2.99 English and Japanese. Here we have something tagged nudity and hentai, so we'll look at it. Pure Maiden captures uncle as a random assortment of words, and it looks like it is a random assortment of asset flip concepts. And I don't see anything here that really implies that you would actually see any nudity. I think that's probably a lie. This is early access for $1.49. It says it's English, Japanese, and Chinese. I would lean towards suspecting it's a Chinese low effort game before thinking the same of a Japanese developer.
Adorable, ephemeral lines.
Okay. So it summoned 2 puppets in my hand. If I evolved it, I could kill it.
Sleep.
Tell me what to do like this. Did I do okay?
That was a fine bout.
So we could try and play this next turn.
I shall take the front.
But regardless, Pure Maiden captures Uncle, not making it to the fall list. Here we have a game called Bouncy Cloud, which also isn't going to make it to the fall list.
Let us play
It's
together.
slightly better visually polished than a lot of games we've seen today, but
Send you a gift.
it is just kind of a generic concept. Free to play, English only, so I guess the price is right
It won't
on
be
that
long
one.
now. Illuminate the forest. Fool.
So is there anything we can do? No, you do this,
Suppose I've lost some of my
you
edge.
evolve this,
Accept harmony.
you play this.
That was a fine bout.
Yeah, we have a game on Steam called Echo of Combats, which is a card game. Looks slightly polished. It's not awful. It's free to play with in-app purchases, English, Russian, Chinese, and German.
The uncharted desert awaits.
It's mostly positive right now. It's looks like it's more mobile focused when you see there's just like 6 positions of cards. Yeah. So it might be a faster experience. That is one of the things that constantly happens on me playing collectible card games, is that you run into this scenario where there's a lot of drawn out games. Next we have a game on Steam called Nightbook. Let's see. It's a full motion video interactive thriller. Unfortunately, it seems like
Is
it's all
fighting
done in
and
front of
despair all you know?
Zoom
Silence.
calls,
The dead have no need of words.
and it's mostly negative. Why is it mostly negative? That's weird. $11.69. Is it from the same people who made all these other games? Because some of these weren't terribly received. Let's see. See what the review problems are. Come on, load reviews. Product received. Man, the complex was better. After the success of the complex, Nightbook is a failed game. Something was missing for me. Perhaps I did not understand something. I like the complex much more. Yep. Apparently a bunch of endings you have to play through, and that's generally not what you're expecting from a full motion video game. In a lot of ways, I don't think we know what we're looking for as far as full motion video games. I'm not sure there was ever a company that succeeded greatly with them, or that established this is what people expect from it. So we've been left with this void where FMV really just means a terrible game like Night Trap or Plumbers Don't Wear Ties, which arguably even Plumbers Don't Wear Ties is not actually an FMV game. Like, here we can look at everything from Wales Interactive. They made Late Shift. They made a game called 5 Dates. I didn't even hear that one. They made the Complex, and yep. Shapeshifting Detective, Don't Knock Twice. I don't believe that one is FMV. The Bunker, also in 2016, not particularly well received. So it would make a lot of sense to just buy all the games and play them all. Or it would also make a lot of sense to just play good games. If I was going to go on a binge of FMV games, which it also makes a decent amount of sense to not binge on FMV games and just play a few occasionally. If you introduce the idea of multiple endings to an FMV game, multiple endings, 15 different endings versus like 2 or 3, it gets really hard to justify wanting to play the same video elements 15 different times. Depending on how much video content there really is there. Alright, well, it's probably a waste to do that, but whatever. Here we have a game on Steam called D-Magnet VR, or D-Magnet? I don't know how you pronounce that. Magnet with an E at the end? It's a game VR game about magnetism and virtual reality, it says. Not a terrible thought. $19.99. English, Portuguese, Brazil. Full audio. Yeah, it looks like there might actually be a game here. So I'll put that on the fall list. Next, we have a game on Steam called Z Mutants, which it looks like it's just a zombie shooter. It looks about 10 years too old, but not as bad as some of the zombie games we've seen out there. $1.49 English only. They are, at the very least, keeping the price low. 10 levels. Yeah, if I was a student though, I would definitely, even if I was a teacher teaching programmers, I'd say don't make a zombie game as your first game. It's just not gonna look good. It's not gonna build up your portfolio well. Do something weirder and more unique. Here we have a game called Emotion, which looks kind of like nothing of interest. I wonder if this is supposed to be Steve Jobs fighting against robots. 99 cents Japanese only. Here we have a game called Clone Drone in the Danger Zone, which, yeah, there's a lot of live streaming people today. Yep, pixely voxel game of no interest. $16.99, English, French, and German, all in full English, it says. I doubt that. Here we have a game called Sand Bullets, which looks like a top-down twin-stick shooter. No interest. Let's see. This. This. Yeah, I don't think I'm interested in Sand Bullets. It's English, allegedly full audio, $3.99 early access. Here we have another Serious Sam game coming out. Serious Sam Kamikaze Attack, which is a flat 2D game that probably, I would guess, wasn't actually originally a Serious Sam game. Either that or Devolver Digital, which I believe acquired the company that owns Serious Sam a couple years ago, just felt the need to remind people that Serious Sam still exists as a series, even though it's not really being supported as a series. Let's see. Serious Sam 2, for instance, here is Crow Team. And yeah, they acquired Crow Team, and Serious Sam, the regular games have always been first-person shooter competitors to things like Quake and Doom, and they're a distant second or third in the series of games, I would say. Here we have that game Hell Let Loose. Apparently is now available, and it's rated very positively. $39.99, bunch of languages. If I recall correctly, this is a horror game set in World War II? No, I think I'm thinking about a different game. I don't think this is the game I was thinking about. This is an online PvP game with a third-party EULA, bunch of languages, $39.99. Yeah, that's not a game I would play. There was a horror game, though. I know there... I swear there was a horror game set in World War II. I saw a trailer for it, but honestly, I saw that trailer probably in the last week or so, so it's highly unlikely that it's ready to come out for sale. Let's see.
I shall take the front.
See if we can cover some news and maybe be done for today, and we'll just maybe leave a few games for Friday. Nah, that wouldn't really make a lot of sense, but we may do it anyways. Video Games Chronicle says Halo Infinite's first playable preview is confirmed for this week, so check that out if you're interested. Here we have that game Chernobylite out, which we've seen a lot of coverage of this game. Yep. It definitely looks like it is more than just a low effort first-person shooter or game. It's rated very positively, so it would make it to the fall list, the wish list, when it comes out of early access. Well, see, this is weird because you have this, you can buy it early access or you can just buy the game at the same price. English and Russian full audio. It's maybe the first Russian game that isn't just a low effort Russian troll or money laundering effort. Okay. If I play this, I can't play this. Play this.
That was a fine bout.
Can
Today
do
we'll lift
this.
some heavy scriptures.
And then we could do this.
Harder, faster,
And we
holier.
could do this.
A bear a day keeps the doctor away.
Here we have a game on Steam that's just Asian characters. Looks like it's a real-time strategy or tower defense game. Early access, Chinese only in the language, $11.99. Video Games Chronicle says Microsoft's flight simulators, new PC update greatly improves performance. Good to know. I don't think there's much more we really need to read from that. Check out the article yourself if you're interested. Here we have a game on Steam called Wish Lair, which just looks like a rogue clone with ASCII art. $4.99, English only, nothing interesting there. Let's see, here Video Game Chronicles
Let us play together.
has a different way of telling the story. World of Warcraft purges references to designer named in sexual harassment lawsuit. And they show you the actual change here, I assume. This was before, this is after, I assume. Which honestly you should have never named people in general. It would be a slightly different experience if you took his name out of the credits, but even that I could kind of understand.
There is not a soul without sin.
That gets back to the whole Harvey Weinstein thing, is that there's thousands of movies and productions that have Weinstein Company as in their credits. You can't really go back and edit that.Maybe in future releases they will try to edit it, but I bet they don't. It is just possible that somebody to work on a game and deserve credit for working on that game, and I think this employee probably does deserve credit for being influential enough to be referenced in the game and also be a jerk otherwise. It is kind of insane to put people on a pedestal and say, unless you're perfect, we're going to cancel you to the point of eliminating you from all the history. Like, I mean, just take it to the Hitler argument. Hitler almost universally taken as a really, really bad guy.
By your will.
And yet we talk about him a heck of a lot. And even a few people will say, hey, his paintings weren't absolute garbage, and he did write that whole Mein Kampf book that you can still read for historical reference. Like, at what point do we take cancel culture to the point where entire generations don't even know who Hitler is and they don't learn the lessons from that? Yeah, instead of this really being a teachable moment where it could be, hey, let's explain this character, or let's leave the references and then put a link on a website to explain why we're not changing these references. Instead, they decided to just change the references. And honestly, I can't really blame them, but I don't think it's the right precedent to set. I think you're just establishing a whole new world of problems and headaches.
I shall give birth to a new world.
Let's see. Apparently several different things that had his name in it. So several different things have been changed.
I shall take the front.
Miss Talina, get
Here we have a game on Steam called Adventures of a Human Being, which is clearly a very pixely retro game.
I shall take the
Although
front.
will applaud that this is zoomed in a lot more, which is what you need if you're going to do a pixely game. That being said, I cannot tell what I'm actually looking at. Like, the visuals here are not very readable. $5.99 English only. I'd say I'd have to say no to this game because I just can't even really figure out what I'm doing or what the player's doing and how things are working. It looks like it's some kind of top-down game, but I can't even be guaranteed that that's the actual perspective. Alright. Can I do this and this?
That was a fine bout.
Look to the zenith, for there I will rise.
That was a fine bout.
Yep. If I can just heal myself next turn, I think I can win. So, yeah, the YouTube CEO retweeted this. YouTube hits $7 billion in ad revenue, tops Wall Street's expectation. I think also talk about YouTube Shorts being a big thing.
I will rise again.
So yeah, I guess if ad revenue is going good for YouTube, that keeps Susan Wojcicki in her job.
What is not there?
Which I don't think there's really a large risk of her not being kept in her job at this rate.
Best of luck to you.
Okay. I think we've got this.
You're in good hands. So close.
There is also a YouTube official blog, What's All This Noise About
Pray
Silent
you will be freed
Vlogs.
from suffering.
Apparently in the Asia Pacific region, people are doing these kind of silent blogs. I've not heard anything about them. It's, to me, seems to be kind of just mukbang without the ASMR element, which in all fairness, I think the idea of putting the ASMR element in the mukbang was a bad turn of events anyways. But yeah, it definitely seems to me, I'm not going to play either one of these videos, that it is just eating food and doing mundane, banal tasks. Which probably, for the Asian countries, helps people who are lonely, who want to eat with people or experience life with people, but don't want to really talk. Yeah, this seems like this is just a straight up
Is fighting and despair all you know?
Bear the past, but seize the future.
yeah, it seems like it's really just cooking. And they do seem like they are talking, but not constantly talking in this cooking video. So it's probably a misnomer to call it a silent blog, really. No, this other video also has a lot of talking. I guess maybe what this is is they're not revealing their identity, is as I'm reading here. So the person is cutting off their head. I do notice that, and just showing the food. But then here's a picture of this person, and her face as her thumbnail, so that's not it in this video's case either. So in a lot of ways, this whole vlog just feels like BS. It feels like something I haven't heard of. It feels like YouTube is trying to make silent vlogs a thing, when they probably won't be a thing. Like, pretty much every time that I can recall that YouTube has tried to bandwagon on any concept, they've missed the mark horribly, at least for my demographic, because I've never wanted to watch any of the things that they promoted. And it's not like the things they promote, even though they use the algorithm to promote those things, are particularly even super successful or popular for more than 6 weeks or so before they move on to the next thing. Next we have a game on Steam called Assignment 42, which seems to be a puzzle sim game. It's a little rough around the edges, but I'd give it a chance. Early access, free to play. That's a weird choice, I suppose, because if it's free to play, then might as well just check the game out now instead of me trying to play it or review it. Here we have a game on Steam called Schematic, which I don't recognize these symbols as meaning anything. Looks like it's probably a pipe game, but it doesn't look terrible as a single screen puzzle game. $1.69 English Russian. I think that deserves a follow. Video Games Chronicle says PlayStation 5 has hit 10 million sales to be Sony's fastest selling consoles. Arguably, though, that means the Xbox Series X and S might be the fastest selling consoles of all time. Gamatsu has the Monarch Systems overview trailer, which here you have a trailer for some JRPG game, it looks like. I haven't heard of anything called Monarch System, so it must be in its new, or Monarch in general. It's probably just called Monarch. It must be early in its advertisement cycle as a game. And yeah, skipping through that trailer didn't really show me much. Let's see. Mortal Shell's DLC, The Virtuous Cycle, launches August 18th for all of these series, according to Gamatsu. We already talked about that. Fatal Frame, Made in the Black Water for the PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC, launches October 28th. I've seen a lot of teasing of this game, and I thought it was an old game. Part of the problem is anything that's called Fatal Frame, subtitle, something else, could easily be confused with the other Fatal Frame, something else games. So, yeah. The question, as far as Maiden of the Black Water, it seems to me, and I'm not sure if this really is the case, that this might be a bit of a prequel / soft reboot of the Fatal Frame series. So the playing as a Japanese schoolgirl of modern times seems to be replaced more with playing as
I suppose I've lost some of my edge.
well, different teenage Japanese character. But my suspicion is she's gonna be in a different outfit and we'll see the Fatal Frame series go in that direction where it is totally going to stay away from the schoolgirl outfits. I could be totally wrong though. This could be not a soft reboot. It is the enhanced version of the 2014 game, so it is an old game. But like there was, I think, some actual storyline between the characters in the Fatal Frame series. So ideally I'd want to see Maiden of Blackwater succeed very well. That way they come back and port the other Fatal Frame games and remaster them for PC. And then at that point I would be able to make a better decision as far as what game in what order to play. We still have seen a lot of instances of that where games are getting ported to PC but in a backwards fashion where you have to wait 6 to 8 years before you can play them in the chronological order. Gametsu says Crosscode's DLC A New Home launches August 5th for PS4, Xbox One, and Switch. It's currently available for PC, so as a PC gamer, I guess that doesn't even really matter to me. Crosscode, we can see, is overwhelmingly positive on Steam, so it should be on my wish list. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be. A survival adventure game called Encore Lost Days has been announced for PS, PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, and PC. From Deland and Summer and Mara, developer Chiba, which is funny because Summer and Mara is not a game that came out that long ago. Let's see, we've got no trailer here, but we've got some screenshots. Looks like it's going to be mostly an isometric kind of game, kind of puzzle game. Let's see. Microsoft is looking for a communications manager in Redmond, Washington for marketing, which arguably that may not have much to do with communicating Xbox stuff as much as it is just doing a better job or attempting to do a better job of communicating like what Windows 11 is going to be and what other Windows products are going to be. Here we have a game on Steam called Retrold, which seems to be a collection of old game clones. 89 cents, English and Portuguese subtitles. According to Video Games Chronicle, Nintendo reportedly pulled out of the Tokyo 2020 opening at the last minute. Scrap scripts allegedly showed the company was planning a video game ceremony sequence. We definitely did see Nintendo advertise the Olympics like 2 years ago. There was, I think, a idea that Lady Gaga was going to be wearing a Mario hat, and that certainly is risky. There was quite a few video game songs playing as different countries walked in waving their flags, which I think that's the first time that's doing it. This very much could have had to do a lot to do with the coronavirus and very little to do with Nintendo just being flippant. But I could also see not wanting to have any celebrity who could come back and have a controversy wearing a Mario hat at the Olympics, and just trying to avoid controversy as much as possible. And like, if there's one thing you can call Nintendo, it's conservative as far as being risk averse. And I honestly don't think there's that much controversy to be had around them pulling out. Like, there's not a lot to really complain there. Moving on, Gamma Sutra says Sony and Infinity Ward alum are launching a new studio called That's No Moon with Smilegate's backing. So we have yet another new studio. For every one Activision Blizzard getting sued for harassment, there's a dozen new studios establishing themselves and hopefully not just repeating the pattern. Here we have a game on Steam called CS Horizon, which is developer value, which I thought that said Valve at first. Interesting. This doesn't look terrible as a game. $5.39, but it's online PvP only. So that's a no for me. Gamatsu says Digimon Survive has been delayed to 2022. I'd rather Digimon games be good and have a chance of being well received instead of over them being like mediocre and quickly ignored.
Today we'll lift some heavy scriptures. Harder, faster, holier!
There was Nintendo Switch patch came out for Saints Row the Third. We don't really need to show the page to talk about that. See, Gemetsu has an interview with the Clockwork Aquario developer or Wonderboy creator, Ryuichi Nishizawa, which occasionally Gemetsu gets a interview and has something interesting to say there. Sometimes they don't have that much to say. See, Video Game Chronicles says Jim Ryan, quote, feels bad Sony won't be able to meet PS5 demand for, quote, sometime yet. Which, yeah, the way that's phrased certainly does not make it come off as sincere. Man, if I could just get one more quick disconnect victory. Here we have a game on Steam called Need for Sharp, which is a high-action top-down twin-stick shooter game with a lot of neon mess. It is English and Russian for $4.99.
Is fighting and despair
Then,
all you know?
here we have a game on Steam called Vacancy Unlimited. I'm going to have to jump around a little bit here to try and get to these last games on Steam. As far as the order of the tabs, $2.54 this game is. Yeah, I just don't think there's enough polish on these kind of cardboard cutout elements. Oh, there was this YouTube advertisers tweet too that makes no sense to me. Videos with Minecraft and Dream SMP in the title have accumulated over 2 billion views since May 2020. Now, here's the weird thing here. Is like, Dream is the YouTuber, I believe, that was caught cheating in the speedrun. And SMP is either single Minecraft player or speedrun Minecraft player. So I don't really get the association here other than you just needed 2 billion to be your number. So you've really stretched, where it would have been a better story to be much more generic and just say Minecraft got over 1 billion views. Unless I'm completely confused, and if I'm completely confused, they definitely didn't clarify that. To say Dream SMP is some kind of form of Minecraft, or it's a group of Minecrafters that don't have controversies around them. Or maybe I'm confused and Dream wasn't the guy cheating? I'm fairly certain he was, though. trying to squeeze through here the remaining tabs that we need to talk about. Let's see, let's play this and this.
May the gems
I have
guide
about
you.
10 tabs, I think. Yeah, here we have a game on Steam called Nightingale, which looks like it's a text-based game. $2.69, English and Italian, nothing of interest there. Here we have a game called Action Commando, which honestly looks polished enough to be given a follow. It's a top-down twin-stick shooter game, but it has kind of a different angle to it, more of an isometric instead of directly top-down, which gives them the opportunity to animate things a little bit better. And I'm not going to count off points for having a lot of neon on the screen or a lot of stuff happening on the screen, because for a top-down twin-stick shooter, that's kind of expected. $3.99, English only. Let's see. Play this.
All the fluffy hugs.
Here we have a game called Cigarette, which looks to be just an Asteroids clone. Free, English only.
I present you a gift.
Here we have a game called High Fleet, which seems to be calling it an action roguelike. Yeah, I don't really know what kind of game this is. The screenshots seem to be all over the place. Let me see if I can find some video, because I need a trailer. Meanwhile, I'll play a little bit of Hearthstone. I mean, Shadowverse over here. Yeah, it would be really, really crazy at this point to be playing Hearthstone. Skipping through this trailer. It looks like you're in space, kind of in a turret, maybe firing at things. You're not in space. You're in a turret shooting at things in the air, I think. Yeah, but I just cannot tell. So High Fleet is $26.99, English and Russian full audio, and I just have to put it on the follow list just to get some responses. You can see there's already a lot of people that like it. I'd have to think about it some more. Next we have Tribes of Midgard. This is one of 2 or 3 different games that Gearbox Publishing has put very little advertisement behind and just published with nothing. You can see it's 61% positive mixed at this point.
Do not seek what is not there.
It's a tower defense single online co-op game, English and French.
You're done for.
Yeah, I don't think Gearbox Publishing
Is near.
is a company that's going to exist for very long now that it's owned by Embracer Group. And I don't see anything here on Tribes of Midgard that would convince me to want to play this game. Yeah. We really have kind of gone in a very different direction with video games companies. At a point 3 or 4 years ago, it looked like everybody was getting into the business of publishing for everybody else instead of just being independent self-publishers. And now we're in a completely different business model of trying to be acquired instead of having a publisher. Which that's the one thing that I would think a publisher can do for you, is not acquire you. Whereas if you're acquired by a company, then the company more than likely would be self-publishing.
Restored.
Next we have a game on Steam called Destroy All the Cubes, which just is kind of an Arkanoid game. Faster paced one. 59 cents, English, allegedly full audio. Here we have a game called Career of the President, which looks to be completely text, free to play, English and Russian. Here we have a game called Power Slave, which I think is a very old first-person shooter, but I don't think it's particularly a relevant first-person shooter. From Throwback Entertainment, they want $8.49. More and more we see these old games and there's just no justification to play them. Here we have a game called Grand Chase, which is player versus event versus player versus player. Looks very flashy in all the trailers and such, but I'm not sure
I pray that you will be freed
if
from suffering.
that really exists. If the game itself is actually good. Come on, thumbnails. We're still running into thumbnails not wanting to load. So, yeah. Fancy looking loading opening games, but it is a free side-scrolling action game. Yeah, I don't know if the free-to-play side-scrolling concept is something that would really work. It's free to play with in-app purchases, English, Portuguese, and Korean. And as much as I might like Destiny Child as a Korean game, I don't know if I would want to play one on Steam and start and get into another game. This is a fairly high action game. It's important to always point out that the reason why I like to play Destiny Child is because it's a game that plays itself. And if I just wait 30 minutes, I'll have the daily mission reset. So I think I would say no to Grand Chase. Here we have a game called In Space No One Can Hear You Clean, which, if this is supposed to be a cleaning simulator, it doesn't really look like one. It really just looks like a fly around space game with bad graphics. $2.54, English only. Here we have a game called DMN7, which Demon 7, I guess. That's what that's supposed to be. It's a stealth VR experience with a different type of art style. $9.99, English full audio. I kind of want to put this on the fall list. I don't think the graphics look particularly great, and this easily could just be an asset flip garbage game. But I'd like to see some reviews of it, just in case it isn't. Here we have a game called AO the Clown. We'd seen this teased before. It's now out for $17.99, English full audio. It's dangerously moving into creepy clown territory when I think it's supposed to be kid friendly. Think we need to get past that point. I think we got past that point, frankly, of creepy looking visuals for kids products probably 10-20 years ago, and we don't need to backtrack into that point. Yeah, this might be a good kids game though, so it deserves a follow. Here we have a game called Lucky Day, which just looks like a Pac-Man clone, if anything. $1.19, English only. Honestly, there should be somebody out there trying to make a good Pac-Man clone, and we've yet to see anybody do it other than people like the makers of Pac-Man Championship Edition DX. That was a very good evolution of Pac-Man. Certainly maybe not the best clone of the original Pac-Man game. Of course, we also had decades upon decades in which we did have Pac-Man clones on PC, and they were all awful. Most of them were awful. Here we have an asset flip game with Asian letters, where it's just attacking a bunch of zombies. Early access, English not supported, $8.99. Here we have a game called Animus Revenant, which I feel like there was another game called Animus already on Steam, and this definitely looks like this might be a spin-off of that, maybe. Several languages, 1274, requires a controller. From developer Tin Birds. This is the only game they've developed. I guess I have to put it on the follow list. I suspect this isn't going to be well received, or it's just going to be a really short game. But I'll put it on the follow list. The game that was once a mod for Skyrim and got funding to turn itself directly into its own game, The Forgotten City, is now finally out. It's being published by Dear Villagers. It's 86% positive with 15 reviews so far. Honestly, it kind of helps a lot to remake the game and not have it set with the visuals of Skyrim and have it be its own standalone thing. It gets really hard in my mind to play a game like The Forgotten City as if it's a mod on a mod for Skyrim, whereas now it has the publisher's check of a seal of approval, as it were, in the fact that they were willing to actually fund it and remake the game from scratch. It's $22.49 also, so it's a lot cheaper. I'm not sure what the collector's DLC includes. Let's see. Sublime your journey in the Forgotten City with the collector DLC pack. Yeah, I don't know what that is. It's English full audio. Definitely will make it to the follow list. Probably will make it to the wish list. And because the game looks different, I imagine everybody who played the Forgotten City as a mod will want to play it again as a standalone product. Plus, they've also gotten away from having to do any business with ZeniMax, and now Microsoft, who owns ZeniMax, and Bethesda, who were notoriously bad about DMCA claims. And certainly people are just getting more and more afraid of these lawsuits to destroy mods, even though mods really should be protected under the DMCA. The threat of a lawsuit is definitely enough. Here we have a game called Unnatural Disaster. I'm not sure there's enough here to want to play a puzzle game where you're trying to destroy everything with disasters. English only, $8.99. Yeah, I think I would want just a little bit better visual polish for a game like that. And then that leaves me back where I was. So now I'm just going to go through my Twitter feed and read this. Death End Request 2 for Switch is coming to the West in 2022, according to Gamatsu. We'll just read that out. And I'm gonna... Gamma Sutra says Microsoft blames a year-over-year decline in Xbox game and service revenue on third-party games, which, I mean, at certain points, I guess you can do that. That's not going to make you popular, certainly. Let's see. Mary Skelter Finale launches September 3rd in North America and October 1st in Europe. Let's look at that. The Mary Skelter series, I believe, is the kinda lewd dungeon crawler game, if I'm recalling correctly. Yeah, dungeon crawler game, moe anime girls, RPG elements. Doesn't look particularly terrible, but I'm if I'm recalling correctly, I don't think there's actually a desire to go any further with the Mary Skelter series. So I think it ends with finale. Which might be a good thing, might be a bad thing. We really haven't seen a lot of dungeon crawling games coming out. Let's see. Cupid Parasite is coming to the West this fall for the Switch. Let's see. Which you play as a bridal advisor in Cupid in what looks like an otome game, visual novel. Yeah. Yeah, seriously, to get back to like Arkham City, which I talked about that at the very beginning of the stream, it's like, set one of these characters, set Robin or some new character to look like one of these guys, or make Alfred like younger and look like that. I guess Alfred can't be too young, otherwise it doesn't quite make sense, but he doesn't always have to look like an old man. The G4 logo for G4 TV no longer says before G4, so I guess what they're doing now, which is mostly just streaming out of like a summer house, I think that's pretty much all they're going to do. I suspect they will work on having a more standardized stage at some point, but yeah, I think they're just a YouTube streaming service, collection of channels. And like the YouTuber Super, the Completionist, yeah. I assume he's still just doing the Completionist, although in all fairness, he was really just playing the same games he had already played before, the first 100 games that he already played before, so he'd kind of done everything I guess he wants to play, which is weird for somebody called the Completionist to say, I've played the games I want to play, now I just want to play those games again. I think my channel in particular would be very weird if I was just to say, hey, I've played every game I want to play, even though I have 3,000 games or so on my YouTube, on my Steam account, thus so yeah, that would feel very weird. At that point, I'd have to question why even continue to be a YouTuber if I was just going to play the same games. Not to say I won't play games I've already played. I'll probably play Portal or Portal 2 at some point down the line, but I would still want to play new games too. And then I'd want to make a lot more content than the Completionist does. Like his whole strategy of getting every single collectible and doing 100% of a game really doesn't make a lot of sense. And that would be the thing I would change about his channel. Here we have apparently an Axios tweet that Ubisoft workers slammed the bosses in an open letter over the handling of the Me Too something. Ubisoft and Activision Blizzard workers are calling for an industry-wide change. Of course, Ubisoft and the papers in France have been pushing a lot of controversy that doesn't seem to stick as well on Ubisoft, whereas all the accusations in Activision Blizzard immediately stick in my mind as being accurate and probably underselling it. And it really is kind of pointless to point out who is tweeting about the walkouts. We need to see real changes if we're going to see any changes. It's still scrolling. A 007 Rocket League collab has been revealed. It will be available on July 29th for the James Bond 1963 Aston Martin. I don't know how many people are still playing Rocket League. Yeah, by the time I get around to actually playing Rocket League myself, it'll probably be completely dead. Apparently Final Fantasy 1 and 2 and 3 have all just been released on Steam. Still scrolling down my Twitter feed. It's all over the place as far as some posts are 2 hours ago, some posts are 6 hours ago, some posts are then 2 hours ago. They're just not in any chronological order. Yeah, and there's not really a lot more to talk about. I'm trying to upload videos. I need to schedule videos too, and with my hip hurting, my back hurting, all of that hurting at once, probably wouldn't be a terrible time to try and schedule the videos and try and make sure everything is ready to go for October. One of these days I would like to really be far ahead with the scheduling, but that may never really happen. Let's see, scrolling down. Got 2 more tabs to look at. Guess we'll show off Death's End request. I don't know if I mentioned this, but I was able to like totally fix my rattling air conditioner just by cleaning out the overflow pipe of the condenser coils the coils inside the house, the cooling coils, the frost coils. Yeah, turned out there was a just cap that you had to just pry off. You didn't have to unscrew it or anything. And I bought a $10 wire brush that you can just put down the 1-inch pipe and brush out any clog, whatever that clog is. It's probably just dust, you know what. And I was able to do that, and that totally fixed it. And that's totally something that would have cost me like $500 or $600 to call a plumber to look at it and maybe have them find the cause, or maybe have them completely lie and charge you for something different, or just laugh at you and charge you an emergency call or a regular scheduled maintenance call for something that you could easily do yourself. So I would heavily recommend, like, if you have a rattling air conditioner, try and clean out the overflow pipe first. You could put a little vinegar if it's a copper pipe down there, or vinegar and bleach if it's a plastic vinegar or bleach, not and, if it's a PVC pipe. And then if that makes it sound any better at all, you probably would at that point want to just get the wire brush to stick down there. It's an interesting little thing that gets around bends and curves easily. So anyways, Gamatsu has Death End Request for Switch coming to the West in 2022. This is what it looks like. Yeah, we're kind of not seeing a lot of these moe or Japanese fantasy art style characters lately. Like, maybe there's been a slight change in taste amongst Japanese animators. I wouldn't be surprised if that is exactly the case. Or maybe censorship has pushed it away from making anything look like it's Japanese in the first place. Or maybe it's just because of the pandemic and we'll start to see more games like that later. Gamatsu has Eastwards with 25 minutes of gameplay, if that interests you. Seems to be some kind of pixely RPG game. Of course, I don't really want to watch 25 minutes of gameplay. And that makes me worried that there's a lot of gameplay if they can show you 25 minutes of it. Doesn't look like a bad game though. Neptunia X Sinran Kangura Ninja Wars is coming to the West in 2021, which I guess this is the first confirmation of that. That being said, it seems to be only coming to the PS4, which I would want to see it come to the PC and the Switch. Also, World War Z Aftermath has a gameplay overview trailer for the co-op shooter due out this fall, if you want to check that out. I don't know if there's really a lot I want to see here. Doesn't look bad, but unless you can play it in single player, it may be too much. And frankly, it may just be too much in general, because it may just turn into a game where you're button mashing and fighting zombies like crazy and shooting zombies like crazy. And that is kind of the problem with World War Z as a concept anyways, as it is just going to be massive amounts of zombies. Whereas something like Back 4 Blood, which has its open beta early access set for August 5th through 9th and general access from 12th through 16th. Back 4 Blood is the spiritual successor to Left 4 Dead, and it's just going to be, I think, 4 players against either big trolls, they're calling them, but giant mutant zombies basically, or medium-sized hordes compared to World War Z as far as the normal zombies that attack you. And there will definitely be a question about just how much of Back 4 Blood is playable if you're single player or if you don't have a group of 4 friends, and how much of it really requires you to have your team ready to go. And then we also have the top releases for June 2021, which we should look at for Steam just to get a general idea. Guilty Gear Strive, Weimouth, Roguebook, Legend of Mana, Industries of Titan. I'm going to open a bunch of these and look at them myself later. Griftlands. Just make sure they're on the follow list. Also, Lunar Colony, Spellcaster University, Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts 2, Scarlet Nexus, Going Medieval. That one doesn't really interest me, but it's surprising it's the top selling. Phantom Abyss, Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance. See Red Solstice 2, Survivors. Ninja Gaiden Master Collection, Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2. Which that's mixed reviews and still that's a top seller. Interesting. The Last Spell. People have kind of forgotten about that game Loop Hero. That was really only popular amongst video game journalists for seemingly a brief week or two. And that's kind of the problem, is that more and more as I look at it, there are these lists of games that get talked about by journalists and only journalists to hype people up on them, and then there seems to be really no interest or no audience. Here's a free-to-play game that's in Chinese. That what strikes me about this is a game that I don't think I saw, but maybe I did see it and I just said, oh well, English is not supported, thus I skipped over it. And of the free-to-play games, that's only like 4 that were even top sellers. And then multiplayer is all games we already looked at. Bro Falls seems to be fairly popular. And they still are very much picking the victories, the categories they want to highlight. And we're not seeing anything here that strikes me as being adult in content. Maybe that's because I'm not logged in and they're just hiding the adult content because I'm not logged in. Or maybe it's just been a bad month for adult games, which also is very believable. And that could be because nobody released a good adult game this month, or it could just be because they have not allowed, Valve has not allowed any adult games to be released this month. Let's see. This is funny. They're debuting new developers as a category, and that's a little bit of a different choice. Anyways, we somehow managed to go 4 hours, and I, like I always say, wanted this to be a shorter stream. That's going to be it for the stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and get me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.